of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First thing is, Amber, do you have any correspondence?
Letter from Bennett and Reed. Dear Ms. Wilson, the above referenced application is scheduled to be heard by the town board on Monday, July 21st, 2025. At a work session held on July 8th, 2025, the board advised that a list of questions would be compiled and distributed by Mr. Leventhal on Monday, July 14th, 2025. Despite requests made, the applicant has yet to receive any questions from the board or council for the board Accordingly, we hereby request this application be adjourned until September 8, 2025, and the board provide its list of questions to be addressed by the applicant as soon as possible. Very truly yours, John J. Bennett.
Just while we're on that one, I thought that the questions did go out, but I know that they went out on Friday, I believe.
I had a clarifying letter because my associate wrote that letter for my signature this morning. Christina very kindly got them to me on Friday evening.
Mhm.
Then Mr. Leventhal got them to me, I think it was around in the early afternoon on Sunday. So there should have been a clarifying letter because I didn't want to give the impression that they hadn't gone out, but I certainly didn't receive them until
Yes.
the weekend.
Um,
So we would ask, I don't think it would be okay or fair to expect us to answer them. So we asked for, I think we asked for September 8th?
September 8th.
Yeah,
Yes.
to make it so that we're not back here asking you again.
Okay. I do not have a problem. Does anyone else on the board have a problem with that?
No.
Okay, so when we get to that public hearing, we're going to open it and immediately adjourn it to September 8th. So that,
Oh, I didn't mean to be precipitous, I'm sorry.
no. I figured,
Clarified.
I think that there's other people who may be here for that application, and so it also gives them notice that they do not have to wait.
I did send a copy of the request to the homeowners. I forget his name. I sent a copy of the request.
Okay, thank you. Amber, I know you have another piece of correspondence?
As the representative for the above referenced applicant, which is Harry and Kathy Totonis, I respectfully request that the town board refrain from taking further action on this application at tonight's meeting. The proposed dock modifications were introduced by town board members during a work session held after the public hearing had concluded, which resulted in our client not having the opportunity or representation to address these changes. We therefore request that the public hearing be reopened to afford the property owner an equal opportunity to provide additional comments and/or arguments concerning the modifications to the existing dock structure. Jane Costello.
How does the town board feel about reopening that public hearing? I'm okay with it.
I recused myself.
Oh, that's right. Yes. I know at one point you wanted it to go back to WMAC,
Yes,
so this would afford that opportunity.
Yeah, I think it should go back to WMA.
Gordon?
I agree.
So what I will do is when we get to the Totonis resolution, we will strike that one, and I did have Amber draft up a reopening of the public hearing. It would be reopened for September 8th, September 8th, 2025.
Want to comment on this?
No, because we're going to strike the resolution, and then we'll have a public hearing on September 8th.
Okay, so, are you gonna reopen it tonight? Will it be
No, we won't reopen it tonight. We'll reopen it on September 8th. If we're reopening the public hearing, we have to notice it, and that we need 30 days to do that. So we wouldn't be able to do it for August, but we can do it for September 8th. And then public comment can be invited again.
the comment I was just gonna make is, why does it go back to WMAC when it's already been passed to WMAC? So it's just gonna go back to you, so it's not going back to WMAC.
Well, I know that Councilman Dixon did request that they look at it.
Because we've gone through that.
Mhm.
At a vote of 5-2.
It will be up to the WMAC if they want to pick it back up again. put it on their agenda.
Well, as a homeowner, I was confused and I wrote a letter to the town. And my confusion stood as, we went to the Waterways Committee. They've asked us to make a bunch of modifications. We complied 100% of those modifications. And then it came to the town, the council, let me step back. After we made the modifications, the Waterways Committee voted 5-2 to approve it. It came to this session, you voted to approve it. Subsequent to the approval, it was discussed in a closed meeting. I watched that video several times. And in that video, you've asked questions, but you did not have the answers that you could have asked us before the application. Most of the answers you received were false. And then it got rejected. So I'm kind of confused why follow the process for the past year and a half, have it approved by the Waterways Committee and by this council, only to be rejected in a closed session. And then the town attorney was asked a question and he responded favorably to us. And again, I watched that video several times and it's part of the public record. So I'm kind of confused why go through the process, have both the Waters Committee and the council vote for it, and then have it rejected because of one lingering question by one person who did not vote for it.
By moving this to reopening the public hearing, it will allow you to answer those questions. So that's what we're going to decide on. We can either, I did go back and rewatch the work session. So we have a public hearing and that's when everyone can speak. And then when we get to a work session, then it's closed to the public, but it is discussed amongst the town board members.
I appreciate it.
And so, so what you see as a draft resolution is what we would pass this evening, or we can not do anything with that resolution and reopen the public hearing so that you do have an opportunity to address us again. So WMAC is an advisory board. If they choose to pick it up and, give us a different advisory opinion, we will consider it, but we consider it. It's not, they don't have any authority. They just advise us what their thoughts are.
Thank you. Let me ask you one other question. On the 8th, I may be out of town. Can I have it be heard in October?
Sure. And would you have that date?
I would still set it for September 8th and ask for adjournment and then follow through October 8th.
Okay.
My advice.
Supervisor, I don't have a comment on any of the merits of the discussion. This comment is just for clarification purposes. The gentleman referred to the prior meeting as a closed meeting. You referred to it as closed to the public. I want to make the record clear that it was an open meeting conducted in compliance with the open meetings law, but it was a work session, so no public comment was taken with respect to that matter. And since the hearing had been closed, no comment was taken. The reason no comment was taken on this matter, because the status of the application at that time was that the hearing had been closed. So it was not that's all I have to say.
I'm not saying that you did something inappropriately. I'm just saying, I'm just confused as a process, okay?
Yes, I realize that you are not saying that, but I just wanted to make the record clear.
Thank you. Well, thank you. That sounds good, terrific. Thank you.
We will adjourn it. We will reopen it on September 8th and then adjourn it then.
Could I just ask one more question about that? So we weren't, talked to about this at work session because it was closed. Was there further comment made by the Waterways Committee on this? After that, after the public hearing, was there further interaction with the members of the Waterways Committee with the town council?
There was
a letter you received
letter. Yes.
from one of the
Yes.
members.
That letter was received before the public hearing.
Right.
All I'm saying is after the public hearing was closed, was there further interaction with members of the board with the WMAC? With a quorum or without?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you.
Any other correspondence?
The correspondence will do
It's
with
all public hearing. Okay, good. All right, thank you. All right. All right, so then for the public comment portion of this meeting, it is only public comment for any resolution that was not subject to a public hearing. Okay, Bill?
I'm a little confused. Can I speak for a minute on something that has nothing to do with anything? I just want to thank you.
We only do public comments at this point for resolutions. At the end of the meeting, we will take general public comments.
appreciated.
But I do want to thank you. There are signs up.
All right. Oh.
For bicycles.
Bicycles.
Oh.
Okay. He snuck it in there. All right. Albert, if you want to start us off on resolutions then.
Sure. Whereas Rhonda Green and Danik Freeman, 139 Ram Island Drive, have petitioned the town to install 22 supporting pilings to the face of existing bulkhead. Now therefore be it resolved that pursuant to section 53-9 of the Code of the Town of Shelter Island, a public hearing will be held at 6:02 p.m. prevailing time on the 8th day of September 2025 in the Shelter Island Town Hall for all interested persons to be heard in favor of or in opposition to the proposed construction. So moved.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried.
Whereas Anne and Joseph Toronto, 90 Gardner's Bay Drive, have petitioned the town to reset plus or minus 152 feet of rock revetment, approximately 122 feet of fence, and 30 feet return, drop elevation of toe stone plus or minus 3 feet, placed on filter fabric and bedding stone of 25 to 50 pounds, fortify rock revetment by adding 1 row of 1 to 2 ton stone where necessary, top of wall maximum elevation plus 10 feet of fill disturbed area with clean trucked and fill approximately 20 to 30 cubic yards, revegetate the disturbed area with Cap American beach grass, bluff area from top of bluff to top of rock wall will be planted with beach grass 12-inch on center. Now therefore be it resolved that pursuant to section 53-9 of the Code of the Town of Shelter Island, a public hearing will be held at 6:03 p.m. prevailing time on the 8th day of September 2025 in the Shelter Island Town Hall for all interested persons to be heard in favor of or in opposition to the proposed construction. So moved.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried. Be it resolved that Jennifer Payne is hereby appointed to serve as a volunteer for the Highway Department for the year 2025, retroactive to July 8th, 2025. So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried.
Be it resolved that Tim Sheehan is hereby appointed to serve as a volunteer for the Recreation Department for the year of 2025, retroactive to July 9, 2025. So moved.
Second,
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried.
be it resolved that Brett Souris is hereby appointed to serve as a volunteer for the Recreation Department for the year of 2025, retroactive to July 9th, 2025. So move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried.
Whereas Bradley and Margaret Tolkien, 6 Charlie's Lane, were issued permit number 3743 on August 8, 2023, to perform a maintenance dredge of 1,424 square feet area to 4 foot below mean water, remove approximately 120 cubic yards of material and all dredge spoils to be removed off-site to an approved location per plans prepared by Costello Marina, last revised May 24, 2023. And whereas said permit was previously extended by the town board in 2024, and whereas the applicants have now requested a further extension of said permit, now therefore be it resolved pursuant to section 53-9 of the Code of the Town of Shelter Island, the town board does hereby approve the requested extension, and permit number 3743 shall be valid through August 8, 2026. So moved.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried.
Whereas Landfall Properties LLC, care of Joe Quinn, 47L South Ferry Road, has petitioned the town of Shelter Island for permission to construct a 4-foot by 30-foot ramp leading to a 4-foot by 80-foot fixed catwalk, install 2 ladders and 4 tile pilings as per plan submitted by Costello Marine last revised February 2nd, 2024, and stamped with the New York State DEC approval on February 27th, 2024. Whereas a public hearing was duly held on the 9th and 30th day of June 2025 for all interested persons to be heard in favor of or in opposition. Now therefore be it resolved that pursuant to NYCRR 617.5C2, this application is deemed a type 2 action. Reasons supporting this determination: the proposed construction, 1, will not cause an obstruction to the navigable channels or an interference with navigation. 2, will not adversely affect the public's right to use water, town waters or land under town waters. 3, will not adversely affect shell fishing grounds or other aquatic wildlife which may exist in the immediate area. 4, will not adversely affect the quality of the tidal water, shoreline, or beaches. 5, will not adversely affect the rights of adjacent residents. And be it further resolved that the town clerk is hereby authorized to issue a permit for the aforementioned construction as per specifications filed after said applicant. Pursuant to section 53-9 of the Code of the Town of Shelter Island, has filed with the town clerk a certificate that the owner has at least $300,000 liability insurance on the location and operations covered by said permit, a copy of the contractor's current home improvement license, and a certificate from the contractor performing the operations covered by said permit, that said contractor has an owner's contractor's policy issued in favor of the town of Shelter Island for liability limits of at least $500,000 covering operations for the contractor pursuant to said permit. And be further resolved that said operation shall be completed within 2 years from the date of issuance of this permit. Said permit is subject to the recommended limitations and any requirements that may be necessary under the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation, Army Corps of Engineers, and any other agencies having jurisdiction. So moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried. Whereas XV Property LLC, care of Harry and Kathy Titonis, 2 Charlie's Lane, have petitioned the town of Shelter Island to remove 16 piles and 192 square feet off the seaward end of the stationary dock, construct a 4-foot by 6-foot platform with a 3-foot by 12-foot aluminum ramp leading onto a 5-foot by 40-foot floating dock secured with 2 anchor piles, supply and install 4 tie-up piles, and add 6 fender piles as per plan submitted by Costello Marine, last revised 6/24/24, and approved by DEC 11/19/2024. And whereas a public hearing was previously closed on the 30th day of June 2025, and the applicant has requested for that hearing to be reopened, be it resolved that for good cause shown, a public hearing will be held at 6:04 p.m. prevailing time on the 8th day of September 2025 in the Shelter Island Town Hall for all interested persons to be heard in favor of or in opposition to the proposed construction. So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Abstentions?
Oh, sorry, that's right, me. No. I abstained.
Motion carried.
This is 3 pages long?
Actually, I'm sorry not to be nitpicky, but do you abstain or do you recuse yourself?
Well, actually, thank you for being nitpicky. I have recused myself from this matter, and I continue to recuse myself. I have not participated in any of the discussions, and I will continue not to do that. Thank you. Now, the next one is 3 pages long, so what's the best way to shorten this? You don't want to be drone on for 3 pages.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes, please.
This is posted on the website.
Mhm.
I think you should make that clear and skip to the be it resolved section so that the public can hear what it is you're actually resolving to do.
Okay. The next resolution is whereas a wetlands application has been submitted on behalf of Bradley and Brett Copens, dated April 6, 2025, seeking a permit to. This resolution is posted on the website, town's website. You can feel free to go read it. And we will jump to
Page 7.
page 7.
Starts
Yeah.
with be it resolved.
Yeah, okay. So resolve that the town board finds that the project meets the standards enumerated in Town Code Section 129-5 as inter alia, and proposed project will not create a risk of impairing the function and value of the wetlands and buffer, diminish any wetlands in size unless the approving authority finds that the proposed activity is water dependent or requires access to the wetlands as a central element of its basic function and will result in the minimum possible alteration or impairment of the wetlands. Negatively impact the quantity or quality of groundwater, create a net increase in the risk of runoff, and resolve that the town board further finds that there are no practical alternatives which allow the project to be constructed outside the regulated area, and the applicant will voluntarily implement within 3 months of the issuance of the permit adequate mitigation measures that will contribute to the protection and enhancement of wetlands and wetlands benefits. Resolved that the town board hereby approves the issuance of a wetlands permit for the proposed demolition, abandonment, construction, modifications, removal, and installation of at 32 Little Ram Island Drive in accordance with the wetlands permit site plan prepared by Matthew Benjamin Sherman dated April 11, 2025 on the following conditions. 1, all activities authorized by this permit shall strictly conform to the wetlands permit site plan prepared by Matthew Benjamin Sherman dated April 11, 2025. Any work or disturbance of and storage of construction materials shall be confined to the limit of clearing and or ground disturbance shown on the approved plans. 3, prior to the commencement of any construction activities, a continuous line of trenched in-wire backed silt screen shall be staked and shown on the site plan by Matthew Benjamin Sherman dated April 11, 2025. The screen shall be maintained, repaired, and replaced as often as necessary to ensure proper function until all disturbed areas are permanently vegetated. Sediments trapped by the screen shall be removed away from the screen to an approved upland location before the screen is removed. The wire-backed silt fence shall be a minimum of 14-gauge wire with a 6-inch mesh spacing. The 36-inch posts shall be driven a minimum of 16 inches into the ground and set no more than 10 feet apart. Silt fencing shall be recessed by trenching 6 inches into the ground. 4, the vegetative buffer shall be restored in a manner consistent with the variable assemblage of characteristic native species and gradients found in naturally occurring coastal ecological communities. The town board and or its designee reserves the right to require additional native vegetation and or other restorative measures in the event that upon final inspection, a finding is made that the goals of establishing a contiguous healthy cover of native or natural vegetation within the designated revegetation areas have not been achieved. 5, all areas soil disturbance resulting from project shall be revegetated and mulched immediately upon completion of the project within 2 days of final grading or by the expiration date of the wetland permit, whichever is first. If the revegetation is impractical due to the time of year, temporary mulch shall be applied and final revegetation performed as soon as weather conditions favor germination and growth. The vegetative cover shall be at least 85% in area with contiguous unvegetated area no larger than 1 square foot. 6, a final wetland inspection shall be applied for and obtained upon completion of all permitted activities. In the event that the town or its designee shall determine that the property is not in compliance with all of the terms and conditions of this permit, the applicant shall submit additional applications for final wetlands inspection. 7, 2 copies of a final as-built survey shall be submitted with the required final wetlands inspection. So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Be it resolved that resolution number 182-2025 is hereby amended to read as follows. Whereas Venture Out, care of Matthew Stromberg, has filed an application to conduct business on town property for the 2025 summer season, and whereas the nature of the business is to rent stand-up paddleboards, kayaks, conduct business yoga programs, group classes, and similar as outlined in the application, and whereas the applicant submitted a $250 application fee, and whereas the town board has reviewed the application and determined that granting the license is in the best interest of the town, now therefore be it resolved that Venture Out Shelter Island LLC is hereby granted a license to operate the business as outlined in the application, subject to the following conditions. The business shall be contained in a 13-foot, 3-inch by 30 feet rectangular area of 400 square feet. 300 feet marking as established along the railing is clearly assisted by designating the area. The location of the licensee's business is subject to review and adjustments by the Shelter Island Police Department and the Shelter Island Highway Department. C, business operations shall not exceed the period of May 1st through October 10th, 2025. The hours of operation cannot exceed 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. E, the requested tent cannot be larger than 10 by 10. F, the proposed storage locker shall be located within the 13.3 foot space by 30 feet and 400 square feet area. There shall be no parking spot guaranteed in connection with the application. The licensee can briefly cone off a spot to safely load and unload equipment. I, the licensee, is responsible for daily disposal of the trash created in connection with the operation of the business. J, the disposal of the trash shall be different than the receptacles provided by the town at the beaches. K, the licensee shall obtain an appropriate certificate of liability insurance to satisfy the town of Shelter Island insurance broker. And L, the license is subject to the execution of a commerce on town property agreement. Be it resolved, the town of Shelter Island reserves the right to revoke this permit at its discretion. So move.
Second.
All in
Before you
favor?
vote, before you vote, may I just make one correction? The first time that you mentioned the dimensions, I believe that you said 13
With 3,
feet and
Yes.
3 inches.
13 point,
Right, rather than 13.3 feet. It's a
Right.
very slight difference, but I don't want there to be any confusion about what was approved.
thank you, Stephen.
Discussion, Albert?
I was under the impression that we were saying that there would be no boats stored at the water, down near the water.
Yeah, and
That was my impression. I don't see it.
it's a rectangle, 13.3 feet by 30 feet rectangle. So that would preclude anything down by the water because it's
Okay.
It's
All
not,
right.
it's
I just
established
wanted-
along the railing.
Okay.
Good enough, though.
That's good to highlight. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried. Before you start, I see we have people standing in the back of the room. There is another seat up front, or we can get 2 chairs out of the back closet. I think there's room back there. If someone would, yeah, just so that way you're not standing. All right, while they're taking care of that, you can go, Albert. You can continue on. I just wanted to make note that we could get more chairs out.
Be it resolved that resolution number 174-2025 is hereby amended to read as follows. Whereas Mehmet Tavher, DBA Mr. Softy, has filed an application to conduct business on town property for the 2025 summer season, and whereas the nature of the business is an ice cream truck as outlined in the application, and whereas the applicant submitted the required $250 application fee, and whereas the town board has reviewed the application and determined that granting the license is in the best interest of the town of Shelter Island. Now therefore be it resolved that Mehmet Sevher, I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name, is granted a license to operate the business as outlined in the application, subject to the following conditions. A, the business operation shall not exceed the period between May and September 20th, 2025. B, the hours of operation on town property shall not exceed 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. C, the licensee is responsible for the daily disposal of all trash generated in connection with the operation of the business. D, the disposal of such trash shall not utilize town-provided receptacles at the beaches. E, the licensee shall obtain an appropriate certificate of liability insurance to the satisfaction of the town's insurance broker. F, the licensee shall obtain a beach parking permit to park at the town beaches. G, there shall be no guaranteed parking spot in connection with this application. H, the licensee shall not come off any parking spot at any time. The licensee shall park on the west side of Wade's Beach parking lot. The licensee shall adhere to New York State Vehicle and Traffic Law, Section 1225B. The licensee shall park on the north side of Crescent Beach at the designated area by the pavilion and the south side of Crescent Beach where parking transitions from perpendicular to parallel parking. L, the licensee is subject to the execution of a commerce on town property agreement. M, the licensee shall not block or sell the ice cream near the Sunset Beach crosswalk. And N, the licensee shall only broadcast music while the vehicle is in motion. Music shall be turned off while the vehicle is stationary, including while parked to serve customers at town beaches or along public roadways. B, it is further resolved that the town of Shelter Island reserves the right to revoke the permit at its discretion. So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried.
Be it resolved that the resolution number 281-2025 is hereby amended to read as follows. Be it resolved that the supervisor is hereby authorized to execute the contract between the town of Shelter Island and Solitude Lake Management LLC was added to the prior resolution. So moved.
Second? All in favor? Motion carried. Be it resolved that resolution number 277-2025 is hereby amended to read as follows. Previously, and I apologize, Michael Ceccarelli was appointed to serve as a freelance home maintenance repair mechanic, and it should be to comply with civil service on call as needed home maintenance repair mechanic for the residential repair program. So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried.
Be it resolved that the supervisor is hereby authorized and directed to deposit the sum of $400 for the Shelter Island Chamber of Commerce, Inc., to the Community Preservation Fund, GL account CP 8804.402, Office and Miscellaneous for the partial reimbursement of the Community Preservation Fund 2025 maps. So moved.
Second,
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried.
be it resolved, the supervisor is hereby authorized and directed to deposit the sum of $38 from the Taylor Island Petty Cash Fund to A8510.84 Taylor's Island Office and Miscellaneous account. So move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried.
Be resolved that the supervisor is hereby authorized and directed to deposit the sum of $5,187.18 from the Village of Deering Harbor to the Shelter Island Police Department, G1 account A3120.200, equipment as reimbursement for a speed display sign. So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried.
Be it resolved that the following 2025 budget transfer is hereby approved. $12,966.66 from A1420.100 Town Attorney Personnel to A1010 497, town board professional fees to cover interim town attorney costs. So moved.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried. Be it resolved that the following budget modification is hereby approved. $323.90 increase to the 2025 A2680 insurance recovery revenue account to be funded by the reimbursement check from NYMER for claim number TSHI 2025-007-001, and a $323.90 increase to the 2025 A3120.400 police maintenance expense account, and a $951.15 increase to the 2025 A4389 bulletproof vest partnership revenue account to be funded by the reimbursement from the DOJ, and a $951.15 increase to the 2025 A3120.487 police uniform allowance expense account. So moved.
Second,
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried.
be it resolved that the supervisor is hereby authorized and directed to expend the sum of $2,518.94 from the A1680.476 computer maintenance account to East End Computers LLC for the security awareness training for the term of July 1, 2025 to June 30, 2026. So moved.
Second,
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried.
be it resolved that the supervisor is hereby authorized and directed to expend the sum of $7,350 from the A1680.476 computer maintenance account to the ICC Community Development Solutions for Laserfish Support and Professional Services. So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried.
Be resolved that the supervisor is hereby authorized and directed to expend the sum of $1,005.31 from the B3620.491 Building Department Contracts account and $1,005.32 from the B8010.491 Zoning Service Contracts for the Municity Annual Support with a contract term of August 1, 2025 through July 31, 2026. So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried.
Be resolved that the 2025 general claims numbered 1246 through 1411 in the amount of $168,479.79. 2025 highway claims numbered 127 through 138 in the amount of $19,697.22 are hereby approved for payment as audited, and the supervisor and/or any town board member is hereby authorized and directed to sign the approval for payment of the same. So moved.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried. All right, that concludes the regular part of our meeting. We'll adjourn and go into open our first public hearing. And that is Shelter Island Holdings LLC. Amber, if you could read the public notice, please.
On the application of Shelter Island Holdings LLC, 23 Fred's Lane, for permission to install approximately 204 linear feet of 2 to 3 core fiber rolls biologs secured with untreated hardwood stakes, a long toe of eroding embankment. Restore embankment with approximately 40 cubic yards of clean sandy fill to be trucked in from an approved upland source and be planted with native vegetation as per plan submitted by N Consultants last dated April 23rd, 2025.
I see we have Bob Berman here for the applicant.
Are you?
Just state your name for the record.
Yes, Rob Herman of N Consultants, 1319 North Sea Road, Southampton, here on behalf of the applicant. This is a reasonably straightforward erosion control project. It is for the placement of coconut fiber or core fiber rolls, also known as biologs. It's essentially a water control structure that provides a soft solution rather than a structural or hard solution to help with shoreline erosion. The board had previously issued approval about 12 or 13 years ago to the adjacent property owner, Brooks, for the same thing, and those biologs are out there today. And so this is essentially a continuation of that project onto onto the applicant's property. We have secured a tidal wetlands permit from the New York State DEC, which I think has been submitted to Amber for the record. And now we are requesting the board's permission here. If you have any questions or want to see any photographs that aren't already, not already viewed in the file, no.
Questions? How long have the neighbors' core logs been in place? So just looking at the photos and they're holding up well, I was just wondering, 'cause I know they do break down over time.
They do, and I'm not sure if they may have been refurbished or replaced at some point between when were originally installed and currently. But they will break down over time and sometimes do have to be replaced because otherwise, in other words, the idea is that they actually will form themselves into the embankment and the vegetation will hold the soil as they degrade, but it is always possible that an erosion event will cause the core logs themselves to be undermined. So if it undermines the vegetation, then they have to, the fiber roll itself has to be replaced so it can be replanted.
I was gonna say, they look like they're holding up really well.
Yeah.
They look like they're doing the job.
Yeah, they may not, they have been very successful there. They may not be the original core logs.
Just wasn't sure if you knew off the top.
In the photographs, it appears that the neighbors have 2 core logs, but you're requesting 2 to 3. And I was just curious, like, how that determination will be made. And, like, do you need the additional?
So you'll notice that there are 2 sections provided on the project, the schematic drawings that we provided, section AA, which shows the 3, and section BB, which shows 2. And it's essentially a function of the elevation of the bank. So where the bank is closest to the existing dock, the erosion is most severe and the embankment is the tallest and has eroded the farthest land. So section AA provides a typical profile through that area. And based on a consultation with the contractor, who's the same Eco-Barrier, it's the same contractor who installed the Brooks core logs, a determination was made to achieve the proper transition in height. There would be that triangular shape of the 3 rolls, whereas farther down on the property where the embankment is a bit lower and the elevation is tighter to grade, we would only need 2. So we did try to provide sort of a typical section for each of those areas of property. And if you look at the site live, it's pretty clear like where the more severely eroded area is, which is actually closest to the Brooks property.
Thank you.
Rob, I've seen the installation of these in other locations, and I think there was more wave action in those locations, and the logs they degraded rather quickly.
Yes.
But the wooden stakes that hold these, they were a hazard on that particular beachfront. I'd ask for just that to be monitored, to have stakes along the waterside like that, anybody walking.
Yeah, no, that's understood. The firm that's actually doing this is actually the best that I've seen around in terms of installing these. They have a method of installing these very tightly around the fiber rolls, and they really are up against the bank. So this is not, particularly on this lot, this is not an area where like public would be passing by.
Realize that.
But of course, I mean, to your point, yes, from the applicant's perspective, they would want to monitor this and make sure that the core logs hold and that any, failure would be addressed. I mean, there's a certain maintenance involved with these things because they are, again, it's considered a soft solution by the state. So it becomes more of a living structure that requires more maintenance than, say, a bulkhead or a revetment or something that you can install. And for the most part, as long as it's installed correctly, the structure has a life of 30 years.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Any questions from the public?
In the neighbor, Jimmy Brooks. For this great deal. Our bank originally was destroyed from.
Just talk louder because we're trying to get to the mics.
Our bank was originally destroyed, not destroyed, but eroded after Hurricane Sandy. And we put this in a little while afterwards, and it's been very effective. So I support that our neighbor, previous neighbor, before there was a house there, we approached them to try to do the same thing, and they had no interest. And in the meantime, they lost at least 4 feet of their bank. So this is something that could be very beneficial.
Thank you. Anyone on Zoom have any questions? All right, we will close this hearing now. The next public hearing is for the application of James and Cheryl Keller. Amber.
An application of James and Cheryl Keller, 56A North Cartwright Road, for permission to demolish and remove existing 2,698 square feet concrete dwelling foundation, approximately 1,776 square foot located within wetlands regulated area. Fill foundation, excavation site in wetlands regulated area with approximately 111 cubic yards of coil material obtained from construction-related excavations outside wetlands regulated areas. Establish 25 feet to 54 feet wide non-disturbance, non-fertilization buffer adjacent to tidal wetlands boundary to be planted with native vegetation, existing vegetation to remain, all per plan submitted by Arrays Design Landscape Architecture, last dated May 7, 2025.
We have reports from the CAC. The CAC unanimously approved the Keller Wetlands application as is. Planning board?
So the planning board, they recommended that the drawing of the septic system be updated to show the correct location and type of system proposed. The system must include the 3-foot minimum required for the water level to be the bottom of the leaching units. I feel like that. The outdoor shower at the accessory building is indicated to drain to grade rather than into a nearby dry well, so they would recommend that it be connected to the dry well. So in conclusion, the planning board recommends the town board consider approving the project, provided the concern about the additional smaller kettle hole proximity can be clarified. There is a freshwater wetlands to the side of the property, and they want to make sure that it's not within 100 feet. And let's see. That's it.
We also had Teresa Mason's environmental report. She actually issued an update. Her first report was June 19th, and one of the questions was flagging the wetlands, which has since been done. I'm sure Rob will cover that. And let's see. I think just to highlight this one, a town wetlands permit was issued on March 22nd, 2023 in order to allow for the construction of residential additions and deck reconfiguration with a building permit subsequently issued in 2023. There was a stop work order issued at an inspection on December 28th, 2023, as the applicant had demolished the existing dwelling and foundation without the requisite authorization. A new wetlands permit application was submitted on May 15, 2025 to demolish the unauthorized structure and to construct a new larger dwelling located in a more conforming location. And then for subsequent, after the wetlands were flagged, and you do have new drawings, she is recommending that the project plans be approved subject to the recommended conditions outlined in the original memo. And we have a whole list of recommended special conditions that you can highlight if there's any that we feel are unanswered. Turn it over to you, Rob.
Thank you. Rob Herman, Event Consultants, 1319 North Road, Southampton, on behalf of the applicants. Jim and Cheryl Keller, the property owners and applicants, are also here. Matt Sherman, the septic design professional of record, is also here. I think it would be helpful for me to quickly walk the board through a little bit, not just of the history of the site, which I'll do really briefly, but then also sort of the history of this application. So there had been a wetlands permit that had originally been issued for renovations. Those renovations ended up exceeding what the wetlands permit allowed. The original dwelling ended up being demolished in totality. To correct for the record, the foundation that is there was not built at that time. That is the original existing foundation. It's in the same place as the original house. There were reparations and replacements and embellishments made to that foundation in anticipation of then rebuilding in the same location. So the Kellers had submitted an application actually that had requested a more extensive project than what the board originally approved with respect to the reconstruction of the dwelling in the same footprint. At some point, after communications back and forth with the town and consultations with us and with Matt, it was decided to basically abandon that idea and to build a new dwelling that would be located entirely outside the 100-foot wetlands regulated area, which we all agreed would be really what would ideally be wanted by this board and would hopefully be well received by this board. So the original scope of the application, although there is a proposed dwelling and sanitary system and accessory structure and all that, all of those are more than 100 feet. It was established that all of those were more than 100 feet, both from the tidal wetland on the water side of the property and the freshwater wetland that was closer to the road. So the application that was really intended to be before you and is actually before you today is a wetlands permit for the demolition and removal of that foundation, filling the excavation hole back to natural grade, and then establishing a vegetated non-disturbance buffer adjacent to the tidal wetland. What ended up happening during the review is, as you alluded to, Teresa had identified in her original report dated June 19, 2025, that there were a couple of off-site freshwater wetlands to the north and the south, in addition to the one that was on this property to the west, on the property itself, that had not been identified. And so there was some question. It's a question that's raised both in Teresa's report and in the planning board report, whether these additional freshwater wetlands might impact the new construction. Once Teresa got out there, she confirmed our original assumption, which is that the wetland to the north it's too far away. It's more than 100 feet from even the property itself. But the question was still whether the southerly wetland, which was kind of in the woods on the property itself, would create additional jurisdiction. In other words, would it cause a need to expand the scope of our application to include the proposed work as well as the existing demolition? So as quickly as possible, we responded to that. We had the surveyor go out, locate Teresa's flags. Those flags were added to the survey and site plan. And actually, the proposed dwelling and all the other construction does in fact remain outside the 100-foot wetlands jurisdiction, even associated with this additional wetland to the south. There was a proposed, like a garden patio or something like that. It was labeled on the original drawing, and that has since been removed. And the idea was the Kellers were trying to maintain the originally intended theme that all of the newly proposed construction would stay outside your wetlands jurisdiction. And so the removal of that patio accomplished that goal, and that is sort of recognized and verified in Teresa's updated report dated July 11th, wherein she confirms that she's reviewed the updated survey that was last dated, let's see, did she reference that date? Yes, June 24th, 2025. And then the more recently updated site plan from Aris Design, last revised July 7th, 2025. So what we have back before you is what the original intention was, which is seeking your permission to remove the prior foundation, to place some fill in that hole to restore grade. And we have proposed a 25 to 54-foot wide vegetated non-disturbance buffer. And the reason for that strange number is because the 25 feet is drawn from the point that's actually located closer to the house. But then rather than following that boundary away from the house, we just drew a perpendicular line across the property so that everything seaward of that will be vegetated. In that regard, Teresa had asked for two things in her original report. One was a grading plan just to basically depict how that the hole was being restored to the naturally surrounding grade, and also a revegetation plan. So I have both of those. I emailed them, obviously not only a few hours ago, to Amber. I have 6 hard copies that I can hand in now, so that at least if the board is inclined to close the hearing, you'll have those documents, which I suspect would be reviewed by Teresa. I copied Teresa and Christina on the email that I sent to Amber, so that if there would be any changes that she would want or that the board would want, we can address those. The other issue I wanted to cover quickly was just a comment in the planning board report. There was a notation that the septic design plan, that the proposed septic design that's shown on the current ERA site plan is quite different from the one from the 2021 or whatever it was plan associated with the prior approval. I don't think we submitted Matt's current septic design plan. The current septic location is just reflected on the ERA site plan. That is current. So the planning board is reviewing basically just an outdated plan that was associated with the previously issued health department permit. We have been in the process of updating the health department permit to reflect obviously the plan that's before this board now, including the updated septic design. I printed one copy of that, which I'm going to give to Amber. If the board wants multiple hard copies of that plan from Matt, we can provide it. But basically, I'm just providing that for your file to show that the septic design plan shown on the ERAS plan, in fact, matches that. Of course, the wrinkle is that the septic system is totally outside your jurisdiction. But obviously, we're looking to redevelop the site and the question's been asked, so we're trying to provide the board with that information, just so you know it is all being handled in a proper fashion.
You're still waiting Suffolk County Department of Health approval?
Correct. Yeah, that's been going on. There's been a couple different questions that have been asked and answered. We had needed Reed to sign off on the updated accessory form. Again, these are all things that are outside the purview of the wetlands application, but are all being handled with the building, ultimately will be handled with the building department in connection with the building. I think that covered the salient questions or requests for additional information from Teresa's report and the planning report. I think the CAC had a really simple and nice, it should be approved, so I like that. But if I'm forgetting anything or the board has any questions that I haven't addressed, I'm happy to answer them. If there's a specific question about the septic design. Oh, I should mention again, it's outside your jurisdiction, but there was a question, the planning board report specifically to whether the newly proposed IA system would meet the 3-foot minimum separation distance above groundwater. If you look at Matt's design, which you could only look at as of this second, you'll see it shows a minimum 3 feet, but the actual invert elevation of the bottom of the leaching trenches, I think, is closer to 4 or 5 feet above groundwater. So that one technical concern that the planning board had, and in their defense, I think they were asking some of these questions based on the possibility that these additional wetlands might bring some of these things into your jurisdiction. They didn't, but we're still trying to, do our due diligence with the board and give you those answers.
Any questions from the table?
Point of clarification. The dry well that I guess is where the old foundation was south of, on the southern side of the property? Is that going away or is that staying?
Ben, are you referring to existing?
Yeah.
Right, so there is a proposed dry well that is located to the south of the proposed dwelling. That we left because technically dry well doesn't require a wetlands permit. That does get caught right into the 100-foot setback associated with the wetland to the south. But because I believe it's an exempt activity under the wetlands code, we didn't bother moving it. If the board wanted to see it moved outside the 100-foot setback, I can ask Matt, because he's here someplace, but I assume that could be moved. And yeah, we could, if the board so wished, we could move that outside that 100-foot jurisdictional setback just to resolve that.
Thank you for that clarification.
You're welcome.
Let's see if I have any other, I think you've answered most of my questions. Let me just,
Yeah, I mean, to help with the grading plan, it's really not much of a grading plan. It's really just an indication to show that the hole's going to be filled to match the surrounding grade once the foundation is physically removed from the site.
that one dry well, what is it connected to?
That's part of the roof drain. Right?
Don't have any other questions. Is anybody else before I open it up to the public? You guys keep looking. Anyone in the public have any questions? Anybody on Zoom? Pam?
Yes, hi, good evening. So it's my understanding now that new plans have been submitted for this application and the planning board hasn't seen them and the CAC hasn't seen these new plans. You only got them tonight. Is that correct?
We got the drainage and the grading. No. Got two sets, but not the full plan. We did get something on, is it Thursday, July 10th? We submitted those out? Oh, no, yeah.
We see them in response to a recommendation from the planning board that I get.
But yeah, Pam, everything is now outside of, except for that one dry well, is outside of the 100-foot adjacent regulated area.
But if you only got these new plans tonight, shouldn't this go back to the planning board and the CAC to double check everything before this moves forward and you close this hearing?
That will be a question that I ask the town board when we decide if we're going to adjourn or close.
So can I just add something? So the revised site plan had been previously resubmitted to the town. I don't know if internally it was sent back to the planning board or the CAC. But there was an updated report, as you know, that was issued by Teresa Mason based on the resubmission. The The CAC's understanding of the project was that we were asking for a wetlands permit to demolish and remove the foundation as the only activity within your jurisdiction. That hasn't changed. The planning board's questions were, not sure what the right word is, but they were contingent upon us possibly finding out that the proposed construction and/or septic elements might have become added to your jurisdiction based on the surveying of the offsite wetlands to the north and south. But we were able to respond to that quickly enough and resubmit those surveys and plans to you to demonstrate that that is not the case. So the scope of the application, also as the planning board originally viewed it, has not changed. So that was an important element of us removing that one patio area that was jurisdictional, so that we didn't create a new scope of work that would have logically required everything to go back for additional review. So those questions have basically been asked and answered, and the scope hasn't changed from what it originally was. Had that wetland been, 10 feet closer, it would have changed. And the plans that were submitted just today, that was just related to the vegetation plan and the grading plan that Teresa Mason had suggested as recommended conditions. So it will be up to the board what you want to do with those plans, if you want to make it part of the record, the permit, whatever, but we wanted to get those to you to satisfy those requests.
Any other questions from the public or the board?
I couldn't find it, but wasn't there some mention of a walkway, not a walkway, but a path to the riverfront? I saw it in one of the, I just can't find it right now.
I'm sorry, a path to,
Path from the property to the dock. I thought I saw something to that extent, and I don't see it now.
I'd have to look, it's possible that in Teresa's report,
Yes,
she may have been talking about
single,
like the vegetative buffer, but allowing, like, this goes back to a couple other projects, and I actually don't know where the town board has fallen on this, but there has been a recommendation made on prior wetland applications by Teresa that the homeowners file a covenant to the deed that memorialize the buffer. And when you do that, she always recommends that language be included in the covenant to allow some sort of an access path. But that isn't currently proposed, but it may, and I'm not sure if Aris Design included such a path on the buffer, but if the board would like to accept our proposal for the 25 to 54 foot wide buffer, we could certainly have them add that path to sort of check off that administrative box. I mean, it's a good idea. It's really to protect the Kellers, so that if they come in at some time in the future and say, well, we have to have this path to an existing or a proposed dock, you don't want to end up with the municipality saying, well, wait a second, you've got a non-disturbance buffer that precludes any such clearing. So if that's a detail that was overlooked on a planning plan, we can certainly revise that. And again, that's really more for the Keller's benefit than town.
Look, I think you've done a really nice piece of work here. What you just handed us seems to fall directly in the purview of Teresa. And let's talk about a way to get her to have a look at it, but not try to hold this up too much.
Yeah, I was going to say what we could do is close the hearing and leave it open for correspondence, which would also include Teresa. Give her adequate.
Yeah, as long as we would have an opportunity to respond to, if there's a request for a change, such as the path, we have the opportunity to do that.
Otherwise, I don't have a problem.
Right, yeah, because
That's great.
the construction's been moved out of the wetlands, so. So if we're looking at today's the 21st, we want to give Teresa Yeah, I was gonna say give her 2 weeks.
Because that gives her time to respond, them time to respond
Yeah.
back if she has comments.
Yeah.
She'll be quick and we can be equally quick.
We can get this on the website so the public can have a look at that.
So if we do it,
There's some,
Alright. Stuff to do
The
with
the one that we
just
just handed.
yes, they emailed earlier.
Okay,
Okay.
okay, perfect,
So-
thank you.
if we give until August 4th, that's 2 weeks
Mhm.
for them to wrap that up. And then we have a town board meeting on August 11th.
What day is 4th?
4th is Monday,
Monday, so then we would look at it on the 5th.
on the 5th, and then we can do it on the 11th.
If that works. So written correspondence until August 4th.
I mean, unless you want to do until like 1st, which is a Friday, and then we have the weekend to look at it before discussion on Tuesday.
Let's do that.
Okay.
So written
August
correspondence until August 1st. And as soon as Teresa Mason gets us her report, we'll get it over to you. So if there's any
Okay. I
response.
mean, in the worst case scenario, for some reason she can't do it or it doesn't give us enough time, we can just ask for a postponement, but I'm sure Jim is hoping, Cheryl are hoping that isn't necessary.
We will proceed on that basis. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stay.
Next, we have Sama Vadat. Or if you could read that.
An application of Samal Veda, 35 East Brainerd Parkway, for permission to remove and replace in place approximately 126 linear feet of existing timber bulkhead with vinyl bulkhead. Backhill with approximately 15 cubic yards of clean sand to be trucked in from an approved upland source as per plan submitted by N Consultants dated January 16, 2025.
And we have a Waterways Committee report.
The Waterways unanimously approved this 5-0. There were 2 members absent at the time for the meeting.
The hearing, and it's you again.
This one's going to be quick. Rob Herman of N Consultants, 1319 North Sea Road in Southampton, on behalf of the applicant. This is a routine application for an in-place replacement of an existing bulkhead along a shoreline that has been bulkheaded since at least back into the 70s, and based on some aerials, looks like the early 60s. We have obtained permits from the New York State DEC, Department of State Coastal Resources Division, and Department of the Army Corps of Engineers. So town board is our last stop. If you have any particular questions, I'm happy to answer them.
We had no questions.
No, I thought this was straightforward.
Mhm.
I don't have any questions.
You two are looking. I'll open it up to the public.
No, I don't have any questions.
Okay. Any questions from the audience here? Any questions from anyone in Zoom? All right. I think we will close that public hearing.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night. The next application that we have is Courtney O'Sullivan, 74 Peconic Avenue. Member?
Application of Courtney O'Sullivan, 74 Peconic Avenue, for permission to remove existing family dwelling, retain most of existing foundation, flood deck and portion of first floor walls, construct new dwelling on same footprint, new second floor over portion of building, reduce size of waterside deck, new swimming pool, landward of building, new IA OWTS well and stormwater control. as per plan submitted by Sherman Engineering, last dated April 28, 2025.
We have reports from CAC Planning Board and the environmental consultant. I've got the CAC. And the site, they had 11 comments. The site survey does not show the LPG tank next to the basement entrance. Why is LP and ST not indicated to be removed? 2, drawing CO1, proposed site plan. A, move pool equipment and relocate AC units out of the 100-foot setback. B, move IA tank out of the 100-foot setback. C, no new deck with pergola in the 75-foot setback. D, no new cable indicated. E, will new outdoor shower have a drain or enclosure? F, move new dry wells out of the 100-foot setback. G, no 20-square-foot step in the 75-foot setback. 3, submit site plan the same scale as the site survey. 4, architectural drawings should have north arrows. 5, submit approved health department plans for new IA system. 6, are the existing hedges and drip system along Peconic Avenue being replaced? 7, coordinate vegetation plan with White Oak Farm and garden plan. 8, include all work indicated on advisory report by C. Teresa Mason on proposed plans. 9, resubmit drawing after zoning board approval is obtained. 10, DEC letter of compliance. 11, test well indicate correct elevation for water encountered. It was disproved 5-0. Planning board?
Planning board said the architecture has been respectful of the wetlands regulations and zoning envelope. The vertical expansion takes place within the existing building footprint, and the existing waterside deck is being reduced in size, reducing the degree of non-compliance. The 2-story addition is limited to areas within the side yard setback on the east side of the encroachment, somewhat on the west, and where the existing houses are well within the setback areas, the ZBA can deliberate on this issue. The zoning setbacks shown on the architectural plans do not coincide with the survey, possibly because there isn't a consensus on whether this is a corner lot due to mapped unimproved street. The survey should indicate base flood elevations and flood zone plan, and elevation should indicate NAVD elevations of the first floor rather than 0 elevation. It's unclear if the first floor is being raised above the existing 12.7-foot elevation. We recommend that FEMA maps be made part of all wetland submittals. Installation of a slow flow pump due to the history of saltwater intrusion in specific areas recommended. Provided there are no discrepancies or concerns shown once the survey is brought into line with the architectural plans, nor by further explanation and identification of base flood elevations and zones, then the planning board recommends the town board consider approval. This application is an exemplar of modesty, staying within the building envelope of pre-existing structures in the wetlands alongside improved mitigation efforts. Respectfully, the planning board.
And then Teresa Mason's report, and also, fortunately, she was not able to be here this evening to summarize her report, so doing the best I can on these. One of her comments was, it's recommended that the project plans be revised to relocate the required pool enclosure fence to the landward side of the required buffer. Fences that extend to bulkheads often become debris during coastal storms and may result in damage to property, harm to human health, and potential liability. Issue for unenclosed pools. Furthermore, fences that extend through vegetated buffers can impede movement of wetland-dependent wildlife. For any improved project, the following should be considered as conditions. I think in here she does have something about the fence. No fence is permitted seaward of the landward limit or within the bounds of the required naturally vegetated wetlands.
You did raise the question of the pool not meeting setback requirements.
It's a zoning board.
Yeah. It was a zoning board issue.
The applicant is providing, while it doesn't comply with the town's 75-foot vegetated buffer requirement, the applicant is providing a minor increase in wetland setback through demolition and reconstruction of the seaside deck. Where the majority of the improvements are either within the existing footprint or on the landward side of the dwelling. As such, the project can generally be approved and conditioned upon the establishment of a naturally vegetated buffer extending a minimum of 30 feet landward of the bulkhead. And then additionally, the revegetation plan needs to be revised to eliminate the proposed Rosa rugosa, as such species is not native to Long Island and can become invasive. Or simply, the buffer can be supplemented through the installation of beach grass, and she has the type mentioned. And the buffer would allow for the establishment of a delineated 4-foot wide pedestrian path. Also, just for the record, this is also before the ZBA, and they are going to be hearing it, I believe, Wednesday night. And so this is an application that is going concurrently before Town Board and ZBA. It's nice that we're actually hearing them in the same week. So we will not close our hearing tonight, just for the record, because we will be waiting to hear what the ZBA has, any proposed changes, so that if they make any changes, we have an opportunity to see the same changes. But we're seeing this application tonight. If we have any comments, the applicant can react to them. The same with the ZBA on Wednesday, they can react to them. So we're trying to be respectful of people's time and money. Turn it over to you, Matt.
Thank you. Matthew Sherman and Sherman Engineering and Consulting. I'm here tonight with Courtney O'Sullivan, the property owner, and Demarest, who's our architect. I've got a quick presentation. I swear I'll make it as quick as I can. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's not.
Her architect. That's not a good way to start.
It's funny though.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. I've got a quick presentation, and I will make it quick, I hope. I'd like to share my screen. I'll hit some of the points that the planning board, the CAC, and Teresa had discussed in their reviews. But basically, I just want to give you a quick overview of the project. Small piece of property on Peconic Avenue. The property is basically situated north to south with Shelter Island Sound to the south. There's an existing, this is on the screen right now, it's the survey. This is the existing survey with a bulkhead. About a third of the property is seaward of the bulkhead. It's about 2/3 of the property are landward.
Yeah, can you blow that up at all?
Yeah, and I've got a much bigger version of it here in just a second.
Thank you.
This is the design plan, the project application plan that we had submitted. This has gone to the CAC, the planning board, Ms. Mason, the town board, and the ZBA. There's several different components of things going on here, and I will split them out into smaller slides here in just a second that are easier to see. But what we wanted to do is give you all the information on one drawing so we know everybody's looking at the same thing, because I know that's been a point of contention in the past, that different boards and different people are getting different things. All right, so this is the existing and proposed site plan as an overlay. Again, the bulkhead running right down here along the south side of the property, Peconic Avenue to the north. The existing and proposed house is in the exact same spot. We're building, what the proposal is to keep the foundation, keep the first floor deck, keep as much of the first floor walls as we can, and rebuild them and build a partial second floor over a portion of the building. The idea behind this is to minimize the amount of construction that has to happen, but still be able to upgrade the building. In certain circumstances, first floor 2x4 framing may not want to support the second floor, so we might have to sister or add to some of the first floor framing. We can tell the foundation's in good shape, we can tell the floor structure is in good shape. You really can't tell a whole lot on that first floor walls until you start digging into them. So we just want to make sure that it's very clear that the intent is to keep as much of that first floor structure as possible. But once we start digging into it, we'll know much better. The existing cesspool is, there's two cesspools that are on the landward side of the house. The closest one is just under 100 feet from the wetlands boundary. We're going to be getting those out and putting in an IA septic system with leaching galleys that are, the IA septic is a little bit under 100 feet from the wetlands, and the leaching galleys are over 100 feet from the wetlands. The CAC had asked that we move that IA system further landward. There's nowhere we can move it to. This property is only 100 feet wide, so with our supply well right down here to the east, the northeast of the house, we've got to keep the leaching galleys and the IA septic system far enough away from that supply well, as well as keeping it far enough away from the neighboring wells. So here's a cleaned up version of that drawing. So what we're asking to do is currently there's a 414 square foot deck on the house. We're asking to replace it and reconfigure it a little bit further from the wetlands. As I said, reconstruct the first floor of the house and then add a second floor area. 724 feet of that square feet of that second floor area will be within the vegetative buffer. 297 square feet of that area will be within the adjacent regulated area. There's also going to be a new roof deck on the northwest side of the house. That's within the side yard setback that the ZBA will be working on. 241 square feet of that deck. The whole deck is 241 square feet with 187 in the buffer, vegetative buffer, and 54 in the adjacent regulated area. Our vegetation plan is we've got a 20-foot, give or take, American beach grass along the bulkhead, and then at the middle of the property, and then it kind of flares out as you come into the property. And we've got other native wetlands, vegetation, not wetlands, but adjacent area vegetation. This is done by Christian Clark at White Oak Farm, so we can make some minor modifications of that as Ms. Mason had suggested. The building plans, I'm not going to go over these in great detail, but just kind of give you a feel for what we're talking about. The foundation, we're going to be adding to the foundation so that right now it's just, we've got areas of a concrete wall that are going to remain. We've got this small area on the bottom of the drawing. This is the area that's going to be getting rebuilt of the foundation. So that's it. Everything else of the foundation is going to remain.
You said rebuild, you mean just reinforce, take the second floor?
No, this area, it's just, it needs to be, some of it's going to be second floor, and Dan can go into this with a little bit more detail. But, the rest of the foundation was in good shape. This area is going to need to be reinforced for the second floor and also for its own integrity. There's going to be a window well going in here because now we're going to have living space in the basement. So we've got to get emergency egress so it can be used for safety reasons. And then you're going to have an entrance on the other side of the basement going up into the main part of the house. There's a mechanical room area. And then over here on the left-hand side, it's unexcavated. That's where the existing garage is. So that is currently a slab at grade. The first floor plan. On this, I know it's hard to tell on the screen, but there's red lines which are indicating portions of the existing building that are coming out. And then the rest black is either remaining or new construction. That's basically a reconfiguration of that interior space of that first floor. These two red lines that are coming down through the middle of the drawing, those are our setbacks, so our side yard setbacks from one side and from the other. So really, from your perspective, those don't really come into play too much from the wetlands end, but those will be looked at more in detail with the ZBA. So on the first floor, we've got 2 bedrooms, living room, dining room, kitchen area, and 1 full bath. And then on the second floor, same thing, we've got, or almost the same thing, 2 bedrooms and then 2 full baths. So the area to the left remains its first floor of 1-story building. The area to the right is that roof deck I was talking about a few minutes ago that's on near that side yard property line. So this is the way that the building is related to groundwater and to grade. One of the things that the CAC was confused on is when we're doing a test hole, it says what the grade of the test hole is, how deep it is to groundwater, and then you figure out how deep groundwater is. At the case of this site, groundwater is just over 1 foot elevation. So our grade is right at about 12 feet out by the road, and then it slowly tapers down to about 11 feet as you go seaward of the house. So the swimming pool, which is within the front yard of the property, is going to be out just over 3 feet to groundwater. The dry well, as long as our dry wells are less than 7 feet deep, we've got 2 feet to groundwater. We're proposing 6 and 7 foot deep dry wells. And then the existing basement is just about 2 feet to groundwater. So here's some renderings of the proposed building. So this is looking at it from the road. Left-hand side over here is the area that is currently the garage that's being turned into living space. This is looking at it from the bulkhead side, where this is that new covered porch, new deck that's got a pergola covering it. And then this is the second floor deck up here on the upper left-hand side. And that's looking at it from the opposite corner. That's the existing house as it is there now. Looking out into the yard, deck on the right-hand side, obviously the surface waters to the forefront. This is the existing bulkhead. Bulkhead's in good shape, so we don't have anything to worry about there. Existing beach grasses. For the most part, we're going to be keeping them as they are currently existing and then do some reconfiguring based on Christian's site plan. And just another view of the bulkhead. And looking back at the existing house from looking across the existing non-turf buffer. That's what I've got as far as my presentation. If you have any specific questions for me, I'd be more than happy to answer. If you have any questions for the property or for Pam Pospisil, the architect, we can be here for whatever you need.
I just have one thing. I went out and looked at the property and the bulkhead is very high. It's like a 10-foot bulkhead. So I see that the fencing for the pool goes all around the perimeter, but it doesn't go along the bulkhead. And I know Teresa's always like, keep your fence out of the 100-foot.
Yeah.
But the property owners might want to consider some kind of barrier up by the bulkhead so no one can fall off, because that's quite a fall.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a town landing right next to it, and it's kind of like makes my feet crawl when I have to go up to it.
Fair enough. And that point is well taken. And actually, after we got Teresa's memo, the property owner did reach out to me and said that they were considering putting the fencing, as Teresa had suggested, for just that purpose, to keep it safe. You don't want to have that to be a very real and potential hazard. So taking that recommendation from Teresa would not be a problem.
It's high. It's a high fall, especially at low tide.
Yeah.
I had a question about the existing first floor deck. I didn't see what the dimensions are. See what you're adding new, but I didn't know what was being taken away.
Okay, the existing first floor deck, the square footage remains the same. We're at 414 square feet on both decks, existing and proposed. The existing deck is 44.6 feet from the bulkhead. The proposed deck, as it goes a little bit longer along the house, increases that distance to 49.6 feet from the bulkhead. So we're increasing it by about 5 feet, the distance from the bulkhead.
Square footage increase.
Yeah, square footage stays the same.
Is there an existing basement on this house?
Yes.
There's no change in the height of it, like the depth of that, I guess.
No, that's correct.
They're adding.
What's in the basement?
Right
To
now, I
propose.
believe it's unconditioned space in the basement, right?
No, proposed.
Oh, proposed. There's like a family room.
Family room?
And a laundry.
Room down
No
there?
bathroom. Laundry and family room.
And laundry. What's the status of the septic system permit?
It's on hold right now. We actually have a notice from the health department that I can forward the board that said, we've reviewed it. Thank you very much. Get us the ZBA approval before we move further. So the way that, and I understand this kind of causes some confusion sometimes. The health department, for most towns on the East End, they want a town wetlands permit and a town ZBA permit before they will finalize an act on approving either a variance application or a wetlands permit application. Because Shelter Island has always required a wetlands permit before we do a town wetlands. Shelter Island's the only one where the health department will issue a permit to construct with just a ZBA approval if a town wetlands is pending. And what I typically do is get a letter from the building department that says, we need to get I need to get health department approval before we can get town wetlands approval. So as soon as we get the ZBA, we'll send that to the health department. The health department will then conclude their review. Lord willing, give us a permit, and then we'll bring that back to you guys with the health department permit.
Outdoor shower,
Yes.
that is new and it's being put into the vegetative buffer.
Yeah, the outdoor shower is in the vegetative buffer. It is about 59 feet, give or take, from the bulkhead. It is going to be going into one of those two dry wells that are just to the south of it. Those dry wells are also going to be connected to roof leaders. One of the comments that the CAC had was asking if we could push those outside of the wetlands area. They've got to be at least 50 feet away from the supply well. So I've got nowhere that I can put them. That's kind of my only option.
And my question's going to be more, can we move the shower further away? Not that I'm finding it on.
If that's an issue with the board, I would imagine we could probably move that shower up to to that corner that's just outside of the 75-foot setback. It's not, and to be clear too, that's not an enclosed shower. So it's just basically a shower head on the side of the building.
You're saying it's just a really tall hose bib?
Yeah, basically. Rinsing off beach sand and that kind of stuff, typical old time kind of outdoor shower.
Islands. Anybody else on the board have questions?
I think it's pending with the ZBA now.
Yeah.
My application.
Yeah, absolutely.
There.
And I don't want to step on anybody's, overspeak my role here, but, basically what's happening is in the past, years ago, we did the application reviews this way. ZBA and wetlands went at the same time. Then for a variety of reasons, they switched it and they said, okay, let's do ZBA first and then do town wetlands. The couple of problems come out of that process is one, now we've got an approved plan that's been approved by the DEC through letter of non-jurisdiction or permit through the town ZBA and the health department. That comes to you all, you're looking at it, it's got this slew of approvals supporting it. That kind of creates an awkward situation at your level. So now having it so that you're really the first permitting body to look at this, outside of the DEC, it puts you more in the driver's seat.
I recall one that we had an issue.
Yeah.
ZBA pushed something into the wetlands.
Yes.
Exactly.
We wanted it back in front yard setback, so it created problems. I open it up to the public. Any questions?
My name is Julia Brandon, and my husband Eddie and I own the property next door at 72 Peconic and also diagonally across the street at 57 Peconic. I haven't actually met any of them, so nice to see you. Hello. We think that generally the plan looks very nice. It's nice to think that you can modernize that house. We do have issues regarding as the planning board said, there's somewhat of an intrusion to the west. We are the somewhat of an intrusion. So we'll take that up with the zoning board. We understand that's not what you're doing here tonight. But I do worry about the information that you're receiving at this point from Matthew's presentation, especially regarding the basement. You asked whether there was a basement, and he said, yes, there is. There's actually a very small basement in this house. It covers about a third of the house underneath the main portion where the living kind of dining room is. And then the rest of the house is a crawl space, and in the garage, there's a slab. So the addition into the wetlands area is to excavate a significant amount of space, almost more than the space that's already at kind of like full height level. And it's actually deeper than the basement that's there now. So if you look at the plans carefully, you can see that it requires you to go up a number of steps to get into that existing basement, of a basement that is going to be dug out that currently is dirt that comes within, I don't know, 16 inches of the floor joists above. So there's going to be a substantial amount of work in order to create a full height basement where you can have a family room. And I'm not saying that that is inappropriate or not, I'm just saying there is a misunderstanding, it seemed to me, to say, yes, there's a full basement. It's not exactly. There's also a significant amount of work, I would imagine, in order to create from a house that has a cathedral ceiling on about 1/3 of it, a flat deck to then put a second story on. That's away from, and again, some of this is for the zoning board, but certainly to add living area on a roof, which is a deck that would overlook our property, and be 7.5 feet from our property is something that we don't think is appropriate. And whether it is something that the town board can look at in terms of the proximity to the wetlands, or whether it's something that we can take to the zoning board and have them look at in terms of the very tiny setback that exists there now. We also want you to look, if you can, at the location of the equipment. All of the noise-making equipment has been put into a setback that now is only 7.5 feet. So this narrow little alley between our property boundary and this house, this existing house, which you get it exists. The pool equipment, in one place they're called air conditioners, in another place they're called heat exchangers. So I think it's year-round air conditioning equipment, not just something that's going to come on in the summer. Those things make noise. And we just want to know whether there's a more appropriate relocation for these things so that we're not bearing the brunt of all of the noise-making equipment. And including, I know IA systems make a little bit of sound. Those are right there as well. So we would ask you just to look at the locations of some of those things right now. They're in your jurisdiction, as it were. And if there's anything you can do in the future, if the zoning board is unable to assist us in reducing that impact, we may come back to you. As you said, you're going to keep hearing about that. Okay. It's a lovely house. There's a lovely design for the property, but it seems like an awful lot to happen in a place that's so small. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else from the audience here? Sure.
And Aspen Brown Architects. I just want to address your question about the basement. I wouldn't say it's a third, I'd say closer to a half that's crawl space and half that's full foundation. And then there's a third that's unexcavated, which will not be touched at all. The portion that's the crawl space, we're not touching the perimeter of that. We're actually building within that. So we're creating a shelf underneath the house. So if this is your foundation wall, there's a shelf, so we can't undermine or touch that. So in fact, the part that's being excavated is within the perimeter of the building. I just want to be clear, we're not going to be digging out all around the building or anything like that. It's all happening underneath the existing house and staying away from the existing foundation walls. I don't know if that's clear, but
What's the current depth to the current basement?
I think the existing height, and the reason that we have to dig that portion out is I believe the existing ceiling height in the old portion is under 6'6". I don't remember exactly. I'm sorry?
Yeah.
Yeah, 6'4", something, 6'4", 6'6", which would not meet code to finish that space. So we do have to dig out to make that space legal for for the recreation room, and also to provide some headroom for ductwork, pipe work, et cetera, that has to go overhead.
What's the proposed height, that basement?
You would ask me that. Let me see if I can find that quickly. First, the drawing is so small I can't even read my own writing here. Matt, can you read that? Can you read this? Is that okay?
The bigger version.
Please.
You're about 7.5 feet.
Thank you. It's too small.
Just over 7.5 feet.
What's code, 7 feet, right? You gotta have at least 7?
Correct.
Anyone else in the fiscal audience? Anyone on Zoom? Pam?
Yeah, hi, I really just have one question, I guess, and that is, what's the percentage of new construction or reconstruction? I mean, is it gonna be over 50%? And it seems like, okay, if these walls aren't good enough, then maybe they're gonna be doing more demolition on this site that you need to look at? But I'm wondering what's the percentage of reconstruction or demolition on this house?
Thank you.
But that we're going to be keeping walls other than new openings for windows and such.
I can get aboard that number. We don't have that right now. As Pam had just said, that we're going to be keeping the existing walls as much as we can. There is, as I said earlier, there is going to be a little bit of flexibility in that number as we're working through the project. We might have to remove a little less. We might have to remove a little more. I would, say have the board assume more. That way, it's a better case scenario no matter what. But I can provide you with that number.
Thank you. Anyone else on Zoom? As I stated earlier, because this is going before the ZBA, we will have to adjourn this. Looking at the dates, on Wednesday, the ZBA will have their public hearing. If they close it, they would not come to a decision until next month, which would be August 20th. So we will adjourn this to September 8th.
One more quick question.
Sure.
Matt, just a quick question. The 25 square foot equipment pad, that will hold the IA system equipment as well as either the heat exchangers and or the compressors for the air conditioning?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. The IA system footprint, the IA blower is the size of your laptop. So it takes up a very small amount of room. The AC compressors are 30 inches by 30 inches. And then the pool equipment as well is going to be relatively small. So yeah, that's going to be big enough to house all that equipment. And also this will be an issue for the ZBA, excuse me. All of that will meet the town threshold for decibel levels to be able to have it in that spot. I do sympathize with the Brennans and not wanting things right on their property line. And we will do anything we can to help mitigate what little bit of noise those do make. But they will be spec to respect that maximum decibel level required.
Out of the storage compartments on the end of the house, are they above basement, or what is that?
So which storage department are you talking about?
Is it storage compartments on the end of the house?
Remaining
Am I looking
section of the garage.
Oh, that's unexcavated. That's a slab at grade of where the existing garage is now.
And this is?
So that's
okay.
just a dimension saying how
Where's
wide it
this-
is.
I'm sorry.
These are the shelves.
Okay,
Pam was
the
talking
shelves,
about.
okay.
This is the area that's not excavated, or is excavated very little. This is the area in here that's excavated. So this all stays the same. This stays the same. This stays the same.
Okay, all right.
And for the other board members or anybody else who obviously can't see what I'm pointing at there, on the basement floor plan, there's an area that wraps around the basement that says shelves. That's the area that Pam had discussed. That's not going to be excavated as much. It's going to be up higher so that we're not undermining the footings and everything that's there now. So the area that's inboard of those shelves is the area that's going to be living room, finished living room area at that 7.5 foot height. from the floor to the bottom of the floor joist for the first floor.
Any other questions for today? All right, so then we will adjourn that to September 8th.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Next is a public hearing on a local law. Remember?
Proposed local law entitled "A Local Law Amending Chapters, Officers, Employees" by adding a new article, Town Attorney, to abolish the office of Town Attorney.
We discussed this at a town board work session, so I open it up to the public. Anyone on Zoom?
What is the logic?
I'll let our town attorney, you can describe it more succinctly. Yeah, we have, I'll let Steve do it.
Sure. I didn't hear the question, but
What is the rationale behind abolishing this position?
okay, the rationale is to give the town board more flexibility in how it procures legal services. Rather than have an individual who is an officer of the town and serves in the position of town attorney, this law allows the town board to retain such legal services as are required. It can be from law firms, it can be from individuals, independent contractors, employees. So it just creates more flexibility in the relationship.
And Amber, as chief financial officer, you laid this out, what it's going to cost the town as compared to, I know we're pretty much close to over budget already with our legal fees for this year. How is this going to play out in the future?
This will just allow us flexibility to either hire somebody as an employee or hire a law firm. When we get to a decision on hiring permanent, replacing Steve as interim town attorney, those questions will be considered then.
So the resolution is to abolish it or to have the flexibility to not have it?
Right, the law says that the office of town attorney is abolished, but goes on to say that the town board may procure such legal services as it deems as are required. One of the features of someone who's designated as the town attorney is that they serve as an officer of the town. And if the town board wishes to make a change, that becomes a problem. The only way a town attorney who is an officer of the town can be removed is by a lawsuit initiated in the appellate division of the Supreme Court of the state of New York. So that's an example of a way in which, in the event the town board wishes to make a change, this will provide them with the flexibility to do so.
Amber, as far as you know, 10 towns in Suffolk County, 20 of them not have a town attorney.
I haven't researched that. I do know upstate in Monroe County.
I was asking about the 10 towns.
I was gonna say, I don't know Suffolk County. I do know in Monroe County that they do not have a town attorney such as this.
Julie Brennan. So one of the things that the town board recently did is it enacted a local law. It takes all of the fees that are associated with your permit reviews for wetlands, like we're here tonight, and for different permit reviews, and charges those back to the applicant. Allows you to charge all those back to the applicant. So to what degree is this decision to remove the office of town attorney an effort to potentially hire a law firm where you would be able to kind of cherry pick, here's a wetlands thing, here's a some other permit that we need to do, a dock permit, or some other permit that we need to look at. Does this support that effort at all? And rather than having one person handle all of these different types of legal matters, that it's an opportunity for you to open it up to different areas of expertise?
You do not. Go
Would
ahead,
you like
Steve.
me to? Okay.
Yes. Yeah, go ahead.
The answer, if I understand your question, the answer is yes. For one thing, the local laws that were recently adopted allow the town to pass through their direct costs associated with particular applications and the professional costs and other costs that they incur in connection with those applications. One thing that a municipality cannot pass through is its overhead. The overhead of a municipality is funded by tax dollars. So to the extent that they are engaging outside counsel with particular expertise in an area of law, for example, they have the ability to pass that cost through. They would not have that ability if they were using an in-house town attorney.
Okay, and again, it's a little off topic for this resolution, but related to those other resolutions, when will you have a schedule of those fees available for applicants to review so that they're aware of what the charges are going to be potentially for them as they go into site plan review or seeking permits for wetlands or dock review?
We will address that since it's not part of this public hearing, but we'll make a note for future. Thank you. Anyone else? Pam?
Yeah, I'd just like to say that I think that this is actually a wise decision for the town board to make. It does allow you the flexibility to hire attorneys that you need on specific applications, and it certainly is a cost savings venture because you're not paying benefits or healthcare insurance to the like of an officer of the town. So I just want to applaud you for making this move. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, then we will close that public hearing. And the next public hearing is the Edward Claris mooring application.
The application of Edward Claris, 60 Ram Island Road, for permission to install a mooring at a location designated as latitude 41.08527 degrees north and longitude negative 72.3204 degrees west.
WMAC report?
Go ahead.
Okay.
The applicant seeking permit for available mooring spot. The WMAC confirmed that the applicant does not have any other moorings, and the WMAC has unanimously approved the application 5-0. Obviously, 2 members were not present.
Open up the hearing. Anyone wish to speak on this? Anyone on Zoom? We will close that hearing. Okay, moving right along, we are halfway through our public hearings this evening. Some will go faster, like that one. All right, so we are going to reconvene public hearing on the application of Gardner's Bay Country Club. And as stated earlier, we are going to adjourn that hearing for the applicant's request. Next, we are going to reconvene the public hearing on the application of Grady Riley Gardens from 27 West Neck Road.
We have one letter.
Okay, if you could read that, please.
Dear Town Board, I am writing in support of Florence Moore, owner of 27 West Neck LLC, regarding the lease of a portion of her B-zone property to Grady Riley Nursery to be used for that purpose. For the record, I know Mrs. Moore as well as the owner of 23D West Neck Road. I believe that they both lovely and reasonable people. What needs to prevail here in this case is reason. Grady Riley moved this spring from an adjacent B-zone property on North Manic 2 Road, assuming West Neck Road, at which they had been a tenant for many years. An agreement was reached with the tenant for the cornucopia to share the existing enclosed commercial space, which benefited all parties, as well to have outside nursery displays on other portions of the unimproved property. Given that property is zoned appropriately and that such use was enjoyed on a similarly zoned property next door with no issue, it seems to stand to reason that there should be no issue at the new location, provided that the type of use remains unchanged. While I sympathize with the owner of 23D, for no one likes change, for property is surrounded by other B-zone properties. If one moves to an area with existing zoning, such as in this case, one should expect that the use of the properties that are adjacent could be subject to change within the confines of the zone that each property is located. Such is the case here. I believe that the town should allow the continuation of the nursery use at 27 West Neck Road. Best regards, James Eklund.
We had previously adjourned this because one of the neighbors had hired outside legal counsel who was not able to be present. So I see that you're here today.
Good evening, Madam Supervisor, members of the Town Council. My name is Albert D'Agostino. My law firm is Minerva D'Agostino PC, 107 South Central Avenue, Valley Street, New York. I also am a resident, not a domiciliary, but a resident of the town of Shelter Island, and have been since 1947. I'm going to give you a little bit of background first. My family owned 10 West Neck Road, which was across the road up a little ways. It was across from then the Holman home. I believe Reed Karen lives there now. I was there first summer and have distinct memories of it. This property, as I said, was nearby my grandmother's home. Over the years, walked past it, went to buy ice cream at Ketchum's Corner. Remember Mr. Ketchum? Where the Shelter Island Funeral Home is now, there was an Esso gas station, which I also remember quite well. And I give you that background because even with my knowledge of the area, I'm confused by how much stuff is being put and how it's being located in this property. Purportedly, I hear comments about zoning compliance. It's in a B zone, but as I read the ordinance, it's not compliant. It's not compliant based upon the size, and it's not compliant based upon the traffic ingress and egress, and the confusion and the internal confusion with internal traffic on that parcel. I know the cornucopia. I remember when it was on, I think, the next corner. And I understand that there's some thought that the current tenant for the garden center is or may be taking over cornucopia. Whatever that means, that's something that you prognosticate by looking at a crystal ball. That is not a fact, and that is not a fact before you, but this hearing. In addition to that, and I did watch the video, and I know the applicant, the principal of the applicant made some comments with regard to confusion and process, etc. But I don't know how much confusion there was or how much assumption that there was not going to be a problem with this. The planning board apparently had a discussion about this application on February 13th, 2025. And I've got a number of photos which were taken by my client over a period of time, starting, I think it was Christmas Eve. And they're all dated, and they show activity, continued activity on the property. Helene Starzy, who I represent, who lives at 27D, 23D, West Neck Road, has a rather nice home. She has a swimming pool. And the swimming pool overlooks the back of this property. And I'm going to, one at a time, offer these photos and then ask my client the question, did she take them on the dates that were stated? Otherwise, I have to go through every one of them and be here for a long while. So if you have no problem with that procedure, that's the way I will proceed. First one is taken from her backyard overlooking the subject property. And this one goes back to August 19th, 2022, which shows what the view was then. And this is more than just view. This is view, traffic, noise, dirt, trucks in the public right of way, etc. So that's the first one, if I can hand that one. The second one is dated, I said December 24th, my error, it's December 26th of 24, day after Christmas. And this one is pretty much the same view, and it shows wooden pallets stacked on the subject property. The next one is January 9th, 2025. Again, shows the wooden pallets stacked against the shed out back. Next one, January 9th, 2025, which is also a view. And again, this is from my client. You'll see there's the white picket fence in there surrounds her pool. The next is March 4th, 2025. Similar view, but with more pallets. And it's hard to make out, yeah, they are pallets, wooden pallets. And I stress wooden pallets because it's a specific provision of the 2020 New York State Fire Code, which deals with storage of wooden pallets. Another one, March 4th. Another one, March 5th. Now we come to March 6th. March 6th, there are lots of bags of stuff. There's a payloader, some workers in there, and again, same general view. Another one on March 6th, which is a different view. This one is in front of the sign that says Cornucopia Open, and there's a very large flatbed trailer, which is parked in the right of way. And it's loaded with the same type of bags and material that you'll see stacked up in the other one. March 20th, two photos, one showing the payloader and the other showing some men in the back working, digging, not sure what they're doing. March 21st. We have, this is, I believe, the day after the other delivery. We have a truck and unless this photo is reversed, the truck is in the right-of-way, virtually filling the, and I think this is the hill heading toward Shore Road and down toward Little Beach. Also containing a lot of similar material. There's no way that a vehicle going in the proper lane heading on West Neck Road toward 114 could bypass that truck. Definitely a traffic hazard. There are two on March 25th of material stacked in the back, one on March 26th. It looks like they're building an enclosure for the material. Another one, March 26th, with these bags piled up. And again, you can see the pool fence in every one of these. March 31st, it looks like chicken wire on 4x4s. Who works gone farther along on March 31st, and a little bit of a distance shot on April 1st, and you can see one or two cars parking, well, trucking one or two cars. Those are all of the photos. That's an indication of what was going on, and I don't know if there was confusion. There wasn't confusion. This isn't complicated stuff. And I recognize that Shelter Island is a very unique place. I always call it a different place at a different time. And I've been coming out here for 80 years, 80. Everybody has to live together. We have a zoning code. As I read the zoning code, a mixed use Residence B requires two things. One is 40,000 square feet. I don't believe the applicant has 40,000 square feet. Another is a single-family principal residence. There once was a single-family residence there. Back, I don't know if it was the 70s or the 80s, it was converted to a two-family rental. I think at the last meeting, you had one of the tenants here. That's wonderful. I mean, it's a rental property, but there's a limit to what you can put in there. As I said, the New York State Fire Code, which was enacted in 2020, has specific requirements for how you can store wooden skids. I call them skids. And the distance that you have to have from them, how high they can be. This property now has, and it's less than 40,000 square feet. I think it's roughly
It's 0.56.
Huh?
0.56.
0.56 acres. Now, I don't know if that's a 40,000 square foot acre or a surveyor's acre, but it's 0.56. There is no parking field with delineated parking spaces. There is no handicap spot or spots as required by state law. And I'm sure you're aware that a handicap spot generally takes up the area of two spots because you have to have room enough for a wheelchair or a door to swing out. But all this stuff has been, and I use this term advisedly, ignored. My client has been living there since the 1990s.
Yes, I've been there 28 years.
She's there 28 years, and we had occasion to have the property appraised. Just got the appraisal. And if you give me a moment, I'm going to quote some things out of it, and I'll submit the appraisal. It talks about devaluation as a result of the type of noise, dust, and congestion that this type of use, and again, this is the fourth use on a lot which is somewhere between half and 60% of what the ordinance said is required. Trucks in the right of way, those photos speak for themselves. And by the way, you can check the building department records and files, and I know the magic date is October 19th, 1959, while the old house may have been built before that and was maintained as a single-family house after that. And during the period that the Residence B, I'm sorry, the Business B zone was in effect, that does not give one license to change a single-family residence to a two-family residence. So that's two uses. You have the cornucopia, which is three uses, and you have this bit of a mishmash, traffic congestion, whatever, which is going ahead without the proper approvals of the town. I assume the applicant knows better, based upon his past history with the town. And I recognize sometimes it's not the what, it's the who. Nobody wants to annoy their neighbor or people that they know all the time. And again, there's a difference if somebody is a part-time resident or a full-time resident, but you can't ignore this use, especially since it's going on blatantly since early this year. I think you have to look at the environmental review. If in fact there are traffic issues, I think the pictures show it. If in fact there are issues with where the pallets are stored, and if there's an issue with the New York State Fire Code, you can't ignore it. Trucks parked in the road facing the wrong way on what is probably the busiest intersection on Shelter Island. I know jokingly people said if there's ever going to be a traffic light, it's going to be there. And just for the record, there used to be at least a stoplight that was down in front of Cozy's on a concrete pedestal right in front of the old ferry dock, which I remember as a kid. But you know what goes on. You have New York Avenue, there's a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit there. People going to Sunset Beach and to Louis Beach. I still call it Louis Beach, I'm sorry. And the tuck shop is there. I went to catch him as a kid. But until I actually saw it, I had trouble figuring out what's going on in there. There are no delineated traffic patterns. I believe there are two tanks that look like they may be LPG, two silver tanks. There are four bollards in front of it. And then there's a question that I was asked, and I'm not an engineer, an engineer, so I don't, I really can't answer it. But I know when my client built her house, they showed the location of the septic system and the well. From what I understand, and I can't find it, it's a bit of a mishmash to me. I can't find the location of the septic systems and wells, but what I can tell you is that there are easements to provide, I believe, water and septic for the restaurant, which is to the south, and there's a provision in that easement that if that easement is disturbed, they can move it someplace else on the Burden property. Now, as far as the applicant, you may think this is picky, but is somebody a month-to-month tenant, or does that person have, or that entity have a lease for a period of time? It's a little bit of a difference. Is that entity really going to take over the cornucopia, and cornucopia is going to move, or are we just hoping that they might? Those facts aren't before you. You have a multiplicity of uses. you have traffic congestion, you have what appears to me to be a violation of the New York State Fire Code, which was adopted in 2020. And there's just a lot of stuff in a bag that's not made to hold it. This may seem like a lot, but it is. It's just things of, and I think the pictures of the flatbed, especially the one in oncoming traffic parked, speaks volumes. Now, and the reason I said that I know the area and was totally confused by this, I remember when Mike Salvato built his store, there's a foundation out there. I didn't know if it was all part of one lot, not part of one lot, how they were sort of split up. Were they subdivided by action of the planning board, or are these just tax lots? And there's a difference. Tax lots are only there for assessment, and they don't have to comply with zoning. That doesn't give you any development rights. And apparently, Mrs. Wallingford may have had her farm back there. I remember going to the farm stand with my grandmother when I was a little kid, and I knew her until she was rather elderly. But I don't know how all this happened, but it happened, and it's here. And when you draw lines, are they tax lot lines? Are they subdivision lines? If they're subdivision lines, and this was after zoning in 1959, then there had to be some action taken by the town, and there should be some record of it here. I just don't know. I am totally befuddled. And on behalf of my client, I respectfully request that you not approve this, because she has to live next door there, and her property has been devalued. Here is the appraisal which we've just received today, and it's cited that the reason for the devaluation is that use. I thank you for having held this hearing for me. I apologize for not being able to come back here on the 30th, but I was out for health reasons. I'm a bit older than I look. And if you have any questions of me, I'll be very happy to try to answer or ask my client that. Oh, one question. Mrs. Stardy, did you take all of those photos that I introduced?
Yes, from my deck.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any questions from the board, or should I open it to the public?
To the public.
What?
Amber can scan this and give it.
Yes. Yeah.
Can I ask Mr. D'Agostino a question?
Sure.
When were the photos taken, just for the record?
Oh, they were all dated. And
Okay.
I put the dates in. The first one was December 29th through 2024, and the last one was, yeah, they were all marked with the date, and they were all
Right.
taken by my client from her property. She did not enter onto that property.
Thank you.
We can keep those photos.
Oh,
I
yes.
scanned them as well and sent them to the town board.
Thank you.
For the appraisal.
We'll open it up to the public. Anyone else wish to speak on this?
If you want.
I'm on 27 Neck Road. Let's start. You say, Mary Lou, that Jerry's going to take over and kick Mary Lou out. Mary Lou has been acting for me. I haven't raised her rent 2 years. You can talk to her. I had to raise her rent, and she wouldn't be able to pay for it. So Jerry moved in to help her with it. And there's nothing about kicking her out.
I don't think I said kick her out.
Well,
I never
that
said
taking over, or.
Taking over.
Taking over. He's not taking over. Mary was thrilled to have Jerry there to help her. When Helene bought, when the Starzleys bought the property, she knew it would
next to his own business. Jack Tealberg, when he bought this property, he put privet hedges along his property to block out Danny Calabro's property. She could have done the same. Let's see. Use of the property, let's see, you say wooden pallets. Jerry was putting pallets in to set up the nursery. It was temporary. He was putting it on one side. The wooden pallets, what happens if he wasn't there, the garden center wasn't there, having dump trucks like my neighbor next door, Danny Calabro, dump trucks, bulldozers, wooden pallets to me to set up and like that's beautiful nursery. She'd be looking at something a lot worse. Talks about delivery trucks. On Bridge Street, there's delivery trucks all the time. You can't even go past, they're blocking the way different ways. I would go down Sunset Beach, Louis Beach, Crescent Beach. Just last week, picking up my grandson from Camp Quinnipiac, and there was a truck facing this way. I couldn't get past right in front of Sunset Beach. And so cars were coming from Camp Quinnipiac. I was going towards Camp Quinnipiac. I couldn't see to go past. So there's a truck there, right where people are walking, crossing the street. And there's a truck there parked. And the one flatbed truck is there maybe once a year. The property actually had 3 sections. It was my grandparents' property, and it was always a 2-family house, always. And there was another house that actually part of it that we tore down. And then the house is, the one section is 180 years old that we restored. And then the other section we tore down and rebuilt, same footprint. So there's the delivery, the traffic, I just talked about that. The farm stand. Let's see, I played in cow pasture. Mrs. Helen Wallingford's niece. I think that's it. That's it. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak?
I just asked to respond. What I just heard was that it was a 2-family house. I can tell you that yesterday I went to the building. No, I'm sorry. It was this morning. I was in the building department. I went through the file. I would ask the board to take a look at the file and see when that was converted from a 1-family to a 2-family. It was well after 1959. That's number 1. Number 2, what you just heard were all of the reasons why it's worse elsewhere, and therefore I guess this should be granted. I didn't hear anything about whether or not there's a lease. Many boards will require a copy of the written lease if there is one, and if there isn't one, then one could assume that there's a month-to-month lease here. I did not say throw the woman out who was running owns the cornucopia. I've been going to cornucopia from we're on the other corner probably 25, 30 years ago. But I didn't hear anything in terms of a reason for this, what my client would have had to look at. There were photos. That's what she's looking at. I don't know if that truck's coming once a year. I don't know if that truck's coming 3 times in a summer. But take a look at that truck, where it's parked. That was under the supervision of the person who's running the business. The truck is parked in oncoming traffic. It is entirely in the right-of-way. Most of it's in the pavement, but most people think the pavement is where the right-of-way stops. Most rights-of-way are 3 rods in width, which is 49.8 feet. The wheels of that truck were entirely in the right of way, facing in the wrong direction, half a block or so away from the four-way stop signs. You think this is going to get any better? I mean, my client's most directly affected because she's next door. But I don't know who looked at this. I don't know why the applicant went ahead without getting all of the approvals. I mean, he has a background in government. He did. He took a chance. As far as the pallets, they are violative of the New York State Fire Code. Try to get in and out of that place. I mean, in addition, when you pull out, and from, I was going to say Zavato's, it's now the bagel place. The frame of the old sign is directly, large timbers blocks your view of the traffic coming from the left. That's now. It's not going to get any better. I would ask you to ask the applicant to produce proof of his right to this. Is this something where he might be there 6 months, 3 months, a year, or is this 10 years or something along those lines? The greater the lease, the greater the interest in the real estate, and people are not going to get hurt if this thing folds. Or if somebody gets physically hurt there due to an accident or whatever. I don't know how you explain not complying with the handicap parking, not having parking spots delineated there. I just don't know. I don't understand it. I'm a land use attorney. I examine all aspects of it, come to a conclusion. And like a pinball machine that keeps on going tilt, tilt, tilt. This is repetitive problems going back at least to last December. And again, I would ask you to read the rationale of the appraiser. Take a look at your own code and what's required in residence B. It's clear to me. Thank you.
Anyone else in the physical audience?
Solar on the applicant. I was going to start off saying it seems to me that there might be a conflict of interest, at least a perception of a conflict of interest.
Yes.
But the attorney who is opposing my application is also, upon information and belief, Gordon's personal attorney. Also given the fact that Gordon's campaign manager wrote a negative letter to the reporter. I was going to say, I believe you should recuse yourself from this, but thinking about it, I know you'll do the right thing, Gordon. I'm not going to ask you to recuse yourself. As far as Mr. D'Agostino,
Yes,
I
sir.
think you should be careful what you ask for, because everything you mentioned about this property goes,
Talk to us.
everything Mr. D'Agostino mentioned about the potential violations of this property go to the initial complainant that started this process, John Ciani with the tuck shop. He's got numerous businesses there. He didn't get site plan review for everything he has there. He doesn't have handicap parking. So sometimes you should do your homework before you say something.
I don't represent Mrs. Ciani.
I'm just saying, that's not what I'm saying.
And that's totally off the subject.
No, it's not off
Totally
the subject.
Jerry has the podium at the moment.
It's not off the subject.
Please let him
Again, everything I'm doing is of right. It's, as a mercantile business, it's legal. No need for a variance. Been in business 15 years. And here's the real bottom line here. Mrs. Stasi has owned that property for 28 years. It's adjacent to business property. As someone mentioned, Jack Tilburg planted privet 28 years ago. Mrs. Stasi could have planted 1 foot privet, 1 foot Leland cypress. It would be 40 feet tall today. We have one complaint, one person complaining, holding this whole process up. I think it's ludicrous that a neighbor of a B-zone property is holding this whole process up. We're a local business. We employ local people. We serve the community. We donate more than I should to the community, quite honestly, out of my own pocket. As Florence mentioned, I did this partially to help Mrs. Icorn with her business. Yes, we will take it over. And as far as a lease, if you want me to produce a lease, I want you to produce a lease, show me a lease for every business on this island.
I want to see if there's anyone new, and I have some, Pam, you have your hand up?
Yes, hi, thanks, good evening. I just want to read from the town code 1093 that has the standard of review for site plan review. And it says determining factors and considering and acting upon site plans, the following shall be taken into consideration for the general public health, safety, and welfare, the comfort and convenience of the public in general, and the residents of the immediate neighborhood in particular. And it goes on and says other things. I think the town board needs to take that into consideration. We are doing a site plan review here. And the other factor of site plan review that I see is lacking in review is that chapter 109-10G1E in the town code, and the part of the initial review mentions that someone from the zoning board is supposed to have a say in these site plan reviews. I don't see any recommendation or any notice from anyone from the zoning board on this application. I haven't seen it on any of the site plan review applications to date. There are a few more coming, so I'm just wondering if the town board is going to include the zoning board in review of this application.
We will review that. Prior town attorneys have said that the zoning board should not be part of site plan review, but we will just have current counsel double check that.
May I just say one word? Town board member Gooding does not have a conflict of interest in connection with this application. Whatever relationship he may have with Mr. D'Agostino does not give him an interest in the application. Not having an interest in the application, he has no conflict of interest.
Thank you. Is there, before I go back to repeats, anyone else who hasn't had an opportunity to speak yet? Anyone on Zoom? Oh.
Robin Anderson. Some of the things that were addressed, the pictures of the pallets and so on, they're not there. They were a temporary situation, so that really isn't an issue. There isn't a huge amount of traffic. The problem with the truck, that one, it's a one-time thing as far as I know. That truck hasn't been at all this, I'm very much sorry. Summer. People have come up to me all spring and said, we're so sorry the garden center had closed because now we have to go off island. We don't have, we loved coming to your favorite garden center and so on. And they were very happy to hear that it wasn't actually gone. It's so quiet that people don't even realize it's there. The sign that they spoke of is a sandwich board sign this high. It doesn't get in anybody's way. And other businesses have those, like the tuck shop puts one on the corner of the bank, not the bank, the Neon. And so I don't see that is a huge, and a lot of times people tell me they never even saw it. So we don't have a lot of local businesses anymore that are of a practical nature, not an art gallery or, these other things that have been moving in we're an island and we don't have a marine supply anymore. So if, I think that discouraging somebody from maintaining, although as far as I can tell, business owned and it's a business, it's not really increasing. It's smaller than it was. It's not using more water or more anything. It's decreased in size and we've tried to make it look very nice. And I think if you see pictures from elsewhere, you'll see that it is, the view down from her property is all you can see is flowers really. And the shed that was always there. So, I don't know, I think some of the complaints and the pictures were one-time things. And as we've been trying to, establish the garden center, we're working all the time to make it look attractive. And I think some of the issues that were described are temporary issues, but not permanent situations. Also, it is a dirt driveway. It's very hard to designate parking lines on dirt, as is the case with the neighboring businesses. The funeral home, the bagel place, the hairdresser, all dogged up. It's just dirt parking lot. Nobody has lines. Anyway, that's just one take.
Thank you. Is there anyone new before I return to Mr. D'Agostino? Jan?
Jan Sudor, from my life neighborhood. So I just want to comment on what I heard at this meeting and the previous public hearing. I've heard several people saying, oh, that's, because we're a business, therefore, the rules don't apply, we can do whatever we want, okay? And I'm not going to comment on this merit of this application because I don't know that much about it. But, every property on the island should be subject to the same rules, because otherwise it cannot be a situation that the rules are for D, but not for me. Rules apply to everybody, and there are many businesses which are not a nuisance to the neighbors, okay? But there are some businesses, because of their nature, or because it's very small lot or density or whatever, they are a nuisance to the neighbors, and that has to be taken into account. And, I've heard the former applicant here saying, oh, it's just one neighbor complaining, okay? But it's a neighbor. There's lots of other people who are not living there next door, and they are not affected, but they are supporting. Like, for example, Mr. Eklund supports the application because, it's a business property, therefore, it's too bad for the neighbor. They can do whatever they want. So I would like to take into consideration what is the impact on the neighbors, okay? And apply the same rules as for everybody. Otherwise, if we have some rules for one property, other for another property, depends who the person is, or because it's a business, then we don't have any rules, okay? And basically then everything goes. Thank you.
Thank you. Aline?
Yeah.
Helene Starzi, 23D West Neck Road. Mr. D'Agostino, I think, said most of it, but I've been there for 28 years, and the photos that I took were from either my living room, my desk, or my kitchen, and it just goes right into the garden center. So you see people walking down at the pool, you have everybody talking, and it wasn't just me that could have planted plants. It could have been, Florence to plant plants. I didn't need plants for 28 years. I didn't realize that all that stuff could go into one little space. And when Mrs. Wallingford sold 50 feet to each of the businesses in front of my property, which was B, I know the other one is the pre-existing non-conforming, so if you're merging the properties together, my property would not, the piece that came off of my property would not conform to the non-conformities. It's in one of the, in the business zone, B 133-22. All of this started, I went to the building department a couple times, 3 times I think it was, because I didn't know what I was looking at, if it was legal, if it wasn't legal. And he said that, you know, he was in and everybody, you know, you guys knew about it. So as far as, you know, the swapping over the property, Florence told me about it in the beginning of December, and I was like, I don't know it's your property, but I didn't realize the impact of being up high in an elevation and looking down and into the whole thing. It's, you know, just the black top, which I don't know how high, if they're allowed to put that big dome thing up there again, or if it's just the flat black screening that he has up there. But I mean, this has been going on since December 24th. And each of the photos, all the emails that I sent Reed and the photos I sent as a progression without any kind of on-site review being done. You know, it's just disheartening because I was, you know, friends with Florence. Florence was very kind during parties and stuff we would be able to use a lot to get in the back. But I mean, I just feel bad. And, you know, it just is weird that nobody had stopped it, because in the on-site review, it says nothing should be started until the on-site review is finished. And, you know, how many parking spaces are allowed down there? And where are they? And, you know, the fencing is like a cattle fence. So it's the wood beams and the wires, and people are just right there, you know, when they're in there ordering or buying or whatever they're doing. It's just a shame. And I know my property was up against it, but I don't know how this all could be fixed, you know, as far as whatever you guys figure, you know, could go. And even if the cornucopia was taken over, it's still the same thing in the backyard. You know, as far as the property and the egress and going in. And a lot of the stuff, you know, that he says is like blame shifting. It's putting the problem on me, and it's not me. He's the one that never started with the on-site review when he was supposed to. So, I mean, it's like the Darbo, you know, you just don't do that. And yes, you know, like I said, the pictures and everything, I don't know when 90 documents or whatever came out from, because I don't know how we would have known any of that, because none of that should have been leaked. But that's basically what I'm done. Finished. Thank you.
Just for the record, I foiled the information.
Before I call on you, I have a new person with their hand.
I'm sorry.
And Kathy, and then.
Well, if you foiled it, that's the right way to do it.
No, Kathy.
Somebody else.
Yes. Yeah, we have a new person.
Catherine Dorosky. I have attended a variety of, quite a number of board meetings over the couple of years. And I've listened to a variety of situations where people haven't done what they should have done before doing it. The biggest one I can think of that comes to mind, and there's been a complainant about people, this business not procuring the correct permits, et cetera, is Sylvester Manor. So I only ask that the town board consider what you've been doing or not doing regarding the complainant about Sylvester Manor and not acquiring correct permits ahead of time versus this situation. Seems like it's very similar to me. And if the site plan review, if I read it correctly, I think the planning board or something, there was some comment about suggestions that the applicant could have done, and they would have approved it. So I only ask the board consider, you know, what you're doing, because it feels like it's the same kind of situation with the complainant, with neighbor. So, thank you.
Thank you. Benjamin, did you want to say something? Or question?
I just had a quick question for the, for Elena.
Yes.
What do you have in your mind as to a fix for this? Would a fence, a solid fence instead of the mesh fence be helpful to you?
Well, that won't help us. Okay.
May I speak? Porter?
Yes.
The issue is not what's there, it's how it got there. As I read the code, there are two types of notice that have to go out. One is the certified mailing. There's also a requirement for signage. I may have missed it, but I didn't see any signs there. And that's very commonly being done by, somebody mentioned in terms of the town attorney, how many towns do that. But in terms of signage, almost all of them require very prominent signs on the property so people driving by can see it. And if you don't have the sign up with an affidavit of posting the sign, there's no jurisdiction on the part of the board. So I question, and again, this is not personal, this is a legal argument, whether or not this board even has the jurisdiction to hear this now. Is that something they can cure? Sure, they can go back to the beginning and do it the right way. But I'm going to refer to something that Pat Demerer said. 109-3, standard of review. The town may prescribe appropriate conditions and safeguards as may be required in situations of this type. And that assumes that there is a confirmation with the zoning. Again, it's not the who, it's the what. You have to look at traffic, you have to look at interior circulation and parking. Landscaping and screening. That was a very good point that you raised. That's required by the statute if you look at it. I applaud that. But the problem is, there's a question as to whether or not they even have the right to be there. Then we just heard something about the other surrounding business properties. I don't know whether they're on the same lot or not. It'd be interesting to find out as to when they were subdivided. I mentioned the funeral home used to be a gas station. I venture to guess there are not too many people still alive in the island who know that. Gas stations have underground tanks. Were those tanks removed? Are they still there? Who knows? But there's water being sprayed all over everything next to my client's house. So the point is, I don't think that this board has it has jurisdiction yet. It has not been perfected, just like something else was left out. And I know that at the last hearing, which I saw online, former supervisor Silla claimed not to know what the process was. And there is a prohibition, a direct prohibition in your zoning code for anybody to do what he did. I don't know whether that's something that's subject to argument, but I can tell you it basically and clearly states that no work shall go ahead until a site plan review has been accomplished. Now, it hasn't been done. This work started the early part of the year. I don't think you have any choice if you look at the law. And I don't think you have any choice if you look at the zoning. Dirt driveways. Well, you know what? You have to show where the parking is going to be. You have a requirement. I don't know that it's even shown on the plans. It's totally ignored. But again, it's I heard a lot of arguments from the assumed applicant. I say assumed because I don't think he's properly filed the application. And it's always about somebody else. there's a conflict, there's a this, there's a that. How about what he did? He's a former supervisor of this town, I think, is it 2 or 3 times? Is he chargeable with that knowledge? One would think so. I thank you very much, and I think I would like you to consider my legal arguments and practical arguments, my client statements, and at least deem this not to be jurisdictionally before you, because I don't think it is. Thank you.
To begin with, I foiled the information. And I got 80 emails, 53 images, in the span of 40 days. That doesn't include phone calls or focus visits.
Referred to us.
It's not that. Okay. As far as doing things without being above board, as I mentioned the last time, and I'll mention it again, surrounding businesses all had changes in their, while I was in business next door, all had changes in their business. There was no call for any site plan review. I assumed because the businesses were already there and they didn't need it, that they didn't have it. Once I found that I needed it, I applied for it, and that's why we're here. Again, it's an upright business, upright me, and quite honestly, I think we're looking at discrimination here. Unless you're gonna go open the door and you say, I blame the council says I blame, I'm trying to put the blame on everyone else. Unless we're gonna open the door to everyone else, this is obviously discrimination. I mean, quite honestly, this whole thing is silly. I took a business that's been there 15 years and moved it 50 feet. I mean, it's absurd what's going on here. We have one property owner who's for 28 years lived next to a business. I could have went to Florence and said, Florence, I'd like to put all my equipment over there. I could have put 4 dump trucks, a screener, my trailers, everything else, and she'd be looking at that. Instead, we went out of our way to make it look as nice as we could. And there are pictures on, Robin showed me a picture tonight, pictures that Helene put on Facebook of her view, which is beautiful. I don't see any problems with it. I'm flabbergasted by this whole thing. I mean, I think it's very personal. I think you're coming after me. I think that's what it is. I don't think it has anything to do with the business. I don't think it has anything to do with zoning. I think it's, let's put the knife through them.
I have a question. Was the posting done?
Oh, excuse me. The posting was up and I came down after I don't know who took it down, but it was up until the hearing.
It only requires 10 days, so someone could have bypassed it. Fair. But I did receive a certificate of mailings. I did pick up the sign and I did post it.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
Bert?
So I'm an owner of business property, and I have businesses surrounding me, and Helene,
To us, Bert.
yeah, I know Helene, I know Jerry, and so the question of selective enforcement, if taking this, I guess Jerry didn't actually, did he actually submit a site plan review? I mean.
That's why we're here.
Oh, he did, okay, so he didn't or he did?
He did. That's why we're here.
Okay, so he submitted a site plan review because somebody gave him papers, told him to, the building department told him to, or that's what happened? Okay, so, all right, anyway, so he was required, all right, so there was an enforcement issue that he had to submit a site plan review. I get it. If he didn't submit the site plan review and he didn't call it Grady Riley Gardens, and he just created the backyard that's there right now, I don't think he would have to have a site plan review. If it was done under cornucopia, if he changes it, if you reject this, and he goes back and makes another arrangement with Cornucopia to put plants back there, and he is a independent contractor with some kind of relationship with Cornucopia, I don't see how you could stop it, you know? Because it's an existing business, and you would have to go through a lot of places on this island, as you know, to see compliance on zoning that has been created or rules that have been created in the last like 10 years, you know? So people that have been here longer than that, you know, it just hasn't, you know, you haven't caught up with, you know, your rules haven't just, you know, been spread out, you know, haven't reached everybody yet and on a new generation. So I think there is a solution, deny it, and I think he can come back and do it in a different way. But I think the plants are there to stay. And so, and my message to Helene would be, listen, you know, you're not getting lights at night, there's no music there, it's quiet, you know, at hours that you really want it to be quiet, and it's business zone, and things change, and it's just the way it is, you know, things do change. So, you know, do what you gotta do, but I think the plants are staying.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone on Zoom? Pam?
Yeah, I just want to get back to the water and septic issue. I mean, is there an engineer certification that that's okay? I mean, I've heard more than once that this business is not going to increase the demand on water, which just doesn't make any sense to me when the business is a nursery yard and you need to irrigate plants. This just hasn't been vetted out yet by the board here, and it's part of the natural resource and the aquifer, and we constantly talk about that. So I just really don't understand why we haven't gotten deeper into that, and I don't know who got the charge to look into that under site plan review. I would assume that it would have been the town engineer, but I think it's important on this property. It's an older property. You don't know the condition of the septic system. There are more workers coming and going and using the facilities there. I just, it's something that has to be vetted before you close the site plan review and make a decision. And the ZBA should be alerted to the fact that there is in fact change in use of the property. And they should look into their parameters accordingly to that. I love the nursery business. Jerry, I've been in the nursery business for 40 years. You know, I'm not against what the business is, and I'm not against Mr. Silla personally. But this is all about the proper process of doing site plan review. And since we don't have an official application, it was something that was charged in January. We were going to get that done this year. It's already July, and we still don't even have a true application for this. I think following the steps that are delineated in 109 are absolutely pertinent to this application and others coming after it. The fact that Mr. Leventhal may not think that the ZBA should be involved, it is a provision in the town code that they are supposed to be a part of the initial review. And I just don't understand how this town board can ignore that. And I hope you take that to heart and take very good consideration of my comments. Thank you.
Anyone else? Just want to say something about the water. It's only 50 feet over, so it's drawing from the same, you know, pool of water. It's actually smaller, and we're hand watering, so we're using less water. When we were on the other side of the fence, it was bigger. We had to use sprinklers, which evaporates the water into the air. So this is very focused watering, and it's less because it's also a smaller situation. And as far as the septic, there's no additional, you know, bathroom situation, or there was always a bathroom in the cornucopia, and really we're not adding to it. There's only one person on a day, you know, one person working a day, so it's not like there's a huge number of people running into So the septic, I don't think is being taxed to any great, I'm not an engineer, but.
Anyone else? Does the board feel we have enough information to close this public hearing? What additional information do you need?
Water and septic.
Water and septic?
And site plan. The ZBA involved in the site plan.
You'll have to get a determination from Steve on that. Prior attorneys have said that there was a conflict of interest between site plan review and ZBA, but it's a legal.
You said that, Stephen?
No, our prior town attorney, perhaps the one before.
I'd like to hear Stephen say.
So when you're talking water and septic,
Did we resolve the curb cut and parking issues? Do we have a plan for the parking?
Yeah, there was a parking plan. Big one has the parking plan.
It wasn't determined if the curb cut was needed. I'm not sure who. 11 parking spaces.
So 11 parking spaces does not require.
Yeah, that's not what I'm saying. Oh. Just saying that it has 11 parking spaces designated. The curb cut question is in Reed's hands.
Oh, that's right.
Hasn't been determined.
Right.
It's another position.
So. So water. Septic, you said?
Water septic. Final determination for legal.
ZBA, yep,
And,
ZBA.
ZBA involvement.
Involvement.
No. I'm trying to put my sorry, I apologize.
All right, so then we will keep this public hearing open and we have those questions to determine.
We'll adjourn until
Adjourn.
next month, so
Yes.
August
11. What information are you looking for with regard to septic and water? Capacity or?
Certification. Let's have somebody look at the system, submit it to the health department, get approval. And the water, I don't understand. I mean, there's no water use there now, and there's going to be, or there wasn't
Is
use.
this gonna be the procedure for everyone going forward now? Or has this been done for any other site plan ever?
Yes, if you look at Pearlman, that one was quite lengthy and took a lot of time, just off the top of my head.
Pearl is a huge project.
Mhm.
Any others? I tell you what, I'll check, and I'll have that person.
Yeah, look.
I'll check.
That's the new landscape.
Again, let's make sure what's right for one is right for all, okay? Albert, if you're gonna do it for one, you do it for all.
Jerry,
And it also goes back to Kathy Durowski's point about Sylvester Manor. You're gonna do it for one, you do it for all.
Jerry, last town board meeting, when we were hearing your application, and we kept the hearing open, Would you repeat what you said afterward?
You're gonna regret this decision,
What?
because you have potential lawsuit on your hands.
What?
You know you.
I just, my question on the septic. Albert, my question on the septic is you have one, perhaps two employees using the same bathroom, so there's no bathroom increase.
Let's have somebody look at it and certify it, Amber, and give it to the health department to look at, and the water use. That's all. That's all.
I mean, the
I think
water-
that's pretty.
yeah, I mean, that's not really, I mean, like, you're giving it to health, yeah, giving it to health department, there's no mechanism. There's nothing that generates. Just quiet in the audience, quiet in the audience, please. I'm just trying to find the mechanism for submitting this to the health department. I
Have
don't think there is.
somebody, a
there's no-
licensed professional, certify the septic system that it's adequate for the use that it's going to receive.
Okay.
Also,
If there is any approvals by the health department that are needed, let's get them.
there is a fencing shielding requirement. And I'm not sure it's being done.
Right, in
Plan that's been submitted.
landscaping and screening.
Yes,
Yes.
so that not being met by the plan.
Yeah, you'll have to go back to the planning board
I
and
have a
CAC.
question for Florence.
Okay, all right, Florence, if you could come up.
Septic,
Yeah, I was wondering what year the cornucopia was built.
1987. And we also had a bathroom downstairs, so as use, it was a liquor store first, then we had a tax shop, an equestrian riding shop, and we had a bathroom downstairs. So there's a bathroom upstairs in the cornucopia, a bathroom downstairs. And the bathroom downstairs is not, there's a man who's renting, just putting his files there, so it's not even being used. So it's the decrease of using the septic. So there are actually 1, 2, 3, 4 bathrooms on the house and the store. So, and then downstairs is not used at all. When I had the tax shop, we were using the bathroom. And cornucopia was using the bathroom. And now the bathroom downstairs is not being used. So there's a decrease from water.
Thank you.
I was just thinking that if the building, since it's after the health department started keeping requirements and certifying the system, so there's probably a report from 1987 when it was built saying how many bedrooms the sanitary system can hold, and typically it would be 4. So that certification should, I would think, fulfill Albert's request.
That nobody else wants that request, nobody else has that, it's just me?
No, I think we need to answer the question.
Yeah, that's all. I think it's just a prudent thing to do, that's all. I don't,
Right, I'm just saying, like, just because based on the year, it should have a health department certified system installed with the building. So I'm just saying they can find that certification.
but we have an increase in use now.
When the liquor store, before it was cornucopia, I don't remember having, at that time, anything change with the septic. Right? So I don't think there's a report on that. But at that time, it was just.
Yeah, I was just saying you can sort that out afterwards. Okay, all right, so we have those 4 items, so we will adjourn until the August meeting. Next on the list is reconvening the public hearing on Robert and Elizabeth Stafford.
Thank you.
And since we have another, I would ask everyone to exit quietly and take it outside because we do have three more public hearings, so please. Right, we're gonna take a 5-minute bathroom break.
You want to eat snacks?
I brought mine.
I'm gonna do it too. I'll say now my legs are completely done.
It's always a piece of cake, yeah, it's got good energy.
I knew. I'm trying to keep them all happy, you know, blood sugar level low.
Oh my goodness, you are
Milano, anyone?
Good. You are so gonna get rid of that. Oh, yeah.
If it's past 9:30, which it will be, this will be my.
Yeah.
Question for you. So I have a couple of prints that, do you want me to email them to you so that they with me being considered? I'll forward you. What is this?
There's also lemon pound cake if you wanna.
No, I mean, this last one.
Does anyone wanna?
Snacks for everyone. I knew you were gonna do
Thank you very much. Yes.
Well, you know what, she did everything from her.
I know.
So.
It's election.
I know.
Listen, I always have snacks.
Well, where's the pound cake you were talking about?
It's right here. You're not a chocolate person, but you like it chocolate. Right?
So if you don't want any, so I'll pass it down to you. Whatever you prefer, Ben.
Thank you, Amber.
Bless you. No, thank you.
Let's get out of here before 11.
Hopefully before the ferry stops running.
Hopefully.
If only had someone with a connection.
If only.
But now I think we're ahead of connection, so it's.
Just getting smaller.
It's only the truly diehard left.
Or the ones who drew the short straw, yeah. For those in the audience, cookie, granola bar.
Everyone through.
Okay.
There's a lot of permits. I like that. Well, great.
It's a 2 for 1.
What happens when you stay late? You get treats. Exactly. I just don't want to be hangry. Yeah. It's not fair to anyone.
Chuck, are we on a plane?
Yeah. All right. So now we will open the public hearing for Robert and Elizabeth Jaffe. I hope I'm saying that last name correctly.
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right, we had adjourned this at the last town board meeting at your request. So,
You didn't have to.
Why?
at the applicant's request.
We read the WMHC unanimously approved this.
That's what I was just about to ask.
This would be planning board.
No.
This is-
Board and this is.
This, I was gonna say, I thought this was
This is the new.
We'll take your approval.
For a mooring.
So, yeah.
No, back in September, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's not a WMAC application.
It is a wetlands.
Yeah.
CAC. Yeah, I'm trying to remember, did we read the CAC? and
I don't
planning
think we
board?
did. I think we just opened and adjourned.
Yes, okay.
This is the vegetation plan that we had submitted earlier in the week, and Teresa has reviewed it already.
Oh,
Vegetation plan.
vegetation, okay. Thanks, Matt.
It's a lot of vegetation.
So to go through, we should read the reports.
Yeah. If I could.
Yes. So CAC, their comments were, there was no house number posted. That was number 1. 2, what is dry well or drain approximately 30 feet northwest of the bulkhead? 3, no tree removal in wetlands setback unless diseased. 4, vegetation plan is required. And in reference to D2, make the building smaller to avoid adjacent vegetative buffer. If these items are resolved, they voted 6-0 to accept the permit.
Okay.
Does anyone have planning board?
I have planning board. The recommendations of the planning board were made at the meeting on 5/13/25. The applicant mentioned having specific design preferences, such as not wishing to look at a garage entrance from the driveway and having a separate porch entrance to the mudroom. These preferences, together with a large preferred circular driveway, limit the design to remain in the adjacent regulated area. The majority of the planning board believes the applicant should reconfigure the design to be entirely outside the 100-foot wetlands because in their application and presentation, they did not satisfy 129-5A, 5, and 6, failing to show there are no practicable alternatives. Some of the planning board members believe flexibility should be given to the applicant in building new construction in the adjacent regulated area. With 29.3 and 29.4A, 4, and 5 in mind, the planning board agrees that there is conflict between the renderings, site plan, and architect's explanation during the meeting as to the extent of the regrading, proper buffer, replanting, and understanding of runoff. Therefore, the discrepancies noted above should be remedied. The planning board believes the town board would be in a better position to determine impact and approve this project if the applicant were to coordinate the site plan conceptual renderings and drywall locations correct discrepancies as noted above and demonstrate with calculations and renderings that there are no practicable alternatives for being outside the adjacent regulated area.
And then the environmental consultant report, the applicant is seeking to demolish the pre-existing non-conforming structures and to construct a new dwelling and accessory structures generally located outside of the vegetated buffer. While our office applauds the applicant's efforts to bring the parcels into conformance with town code, additional information is needed prior to approval. Specifically, the applicant needs to address the following. Confirm that the parcel known as 700-18-1-47 is held in joint ownership and is part of the proposal, as the proposed retaining wall extends onto the property. 2, the applicant needs to provide clarification as to the need for an extensive retaining wall that extends through the vegetated buffer to the bulkhead. While this office recognizes that there is a grade differential between the subject premises and the property to the south, it appears that the length of the retaining wall can be reduced. 3, a cross-section of the retaining wall is needed to ensure that the proposed footings do not encroach onto the adjoining property. 4, clarification is needed with respect to the need to elevate the existing dwelling 6 or more feet above the existing grade by significantly altering the existing grades of the site, inclusive of within the town's wetland permitting jurisdiction, when the proposed dwelling is in flood zone X. It is recommended that the project plans be revised to reduce the proposed grade modifications. It should be noted that pursuant to the New York State Building Code, foundations that extend more than 6 feet above grade for more than 50% of the foundation are classified as a story above grade. Construction of a 2-story dwelling atop the elevated foundation may require the installation of fire suppression devices within the dwelling pursuant to the State Building Code. 5, the project plans need to be revised to provide consistent information regarding the seaside patio/deck. If applicant intends to construct a patio/terrace, additional information is needed as to how the terrace will be elevated without altering the grade by nearly 8 feet in some areas. If a deck is proposed, the deck should be constructed with untreated wood materials, as treated wood can leach into ground and surface waters. A cross-section of the proposed swimming pool needs to be submitted in order to ensure that dewatering for the purpose of pool construction is not required. The use of fill to elevate the swimming pool needs to be prohibited. 7, the location of state-mandated pool enclosure fence needs to be shown on the revised project plans. The fence needs to be located outside of the vegetated buffer, as such fence can interfere with wildlife movement corridors and become storm debris, which can endanger human health and damage property. 8, the applicant needs to provide justification as to why they're seeking to remove the trees within the vegetated buffer. If diseased, a letter from a certified arborist needs to be provided. And lastly, 9, the applicant needs to submit a native revegetation and buffer restoration plan, which calls for the restoration of the vegetated buffer with allowance for a 4-foot wide path to the existing dock and maintenance of the proposed water supply well, subject to town authorization. On receipt of the information outlined above, this office can provide additional guidance and recommendations.
Sherman Engineering and Consulting. I'm here on behalf of the property owners, Bob and Elizabeth Jeffy, as well as Raymond Renault, who's their architect, and John Bennett is here with us tonight as well. I've got a presentation. I'm not going to go through it point by point. I'm going to kind of blast through it a little bit, because I think everyone's over this stuff right about now. But I do want to hit a couple of key things. Some of the stuff that was mentioned in some of the memos. Am I still on Zoom? Yeah. Get back on quick. While I'm getting back on, the couple of quick things that came up on Teresa Mason's memo. We have submitted a vegetation plan. It's on the town's website. She does have an updated memo where I think she accepted the plan for the most part. Her only real complaint, I believe, was, or her comment was one pathway. We've got a couple of pathways going from the landward side down to the bulkhead. And then also there were some issues on Teresa Mason's report where talking about a retaining wall and some significant changes of grade. That was there was a mention on the survey about a retaining wall. We are not installing a retaining wall, so that was a mistake on the survey. It is not shown on my site plan or Ray's site plan. The grade does not change. We're basically continuing with the existing grade, and the proposed foundation is going to be completely underground. So the idea of having a 6-foot high section of foundation above grade, in essence, making it a 3-story building, that's just not the case. And I'll show you some of that information here in just a second. Yeah, here we go. Okay, kind of like with the last application, here first thing is our survey. Westmoreland Drive, on this case, is on the upper left-hand corner, West Neck Harbor in the lower right-hand corner. This is the proposed survey. So this is the proposed building. And going on a little bit here, you've got a 100-foot wetland setback, which comes just on the water side of the proposed building. And the 75-foot wetland setback comes just on the water side of the proposed pool and a portion of patio and proposed screen porch. Again, the design drawing has the proposed plan, the stormwater control plan, silt fence, and other wetlands-related project details. This is what we would be asking you to approve. This, the plan that was in the application package C11. This is the existing survey, and this is key to this project. Right now, there's an existing legal one-family dwelling, and then also a pre-existing legally non-conforming one-story, 2-car garage with living space in it. In some places in the town code, in the town files, it's referred to as a cottage. In other places, it's referred to as a accessory building with living space. Either way, it's well within the vegetative buffer. You've got 318 square feet of the building and 274 square feet of deck and screen porch within the vegetative buffer. So that's that first 75 feet. There's also a block cesspool that's there that's within 100 feet of the current wetlands boundary. And the remainder of the building itself, 564 feet, is within the regulated area, within that 100 square, that first 100 feet. There was a dirt driveway, or is a dirt driveway that comes down along toward the bulkhead. Makes sense because it was feeding access to these 2-car garage down here on the inside the vegetative buffer. There's also a cesspool for the main dwelling that's up by the main dwelling outside of the 100-foot setback. So this is what we're looking to do. The application in front of you is to remove that accessory building with the garage and living space, remove the single-family dwelling, remove both septic systems, and put in a new IA septic system. So when the day is done, all of the new construction will be outside of the vegetative buffer, and the vast majority of the new construction will be outside of the regulated area, with only the swimming pool, the screen room, and a little bit of the deck to be within the regulated area. Total square footage there is 1,175 square feet will be within the regulated area. This is the plan that I just gave to you guys a little while ago. This is the new vegetation plan. That was supplied to Ms. Mason. She did provide the memo that I mentioned a second ago, commenting on this plan. This is on the town website as well, if anybody else would like to see it. Basically, that first 75 feet is almost entirely turning into vegetative buffer. So all the turf grass that's there now is going away. The building is going away. The septic is going away. All of that stuff goes away and it gets turned back into vegetative buffer. It's a little bit more than 75 feet, closer to the 100 on the southwest side, a little bit less than 75 feet on the northeast side, just to have a nice line coming along the, like a parallel from the house and the pool deck going along the length of the building. The pool fence was one of the things that was brought up in one of the memos, that was the planning board or Ms. Mason's, but that will be going down along the property line and on the landward face of this non-turf buffer. So that majority of that area that's within the vegetative buffer will be outside of the fenced-in area. Our building plans, I'm not going to go through these in any great detail, but just kind of blow through them real quick. This is the foundation plan. You do not have conditioned living space in the foundation. This is our first floor plan, living room, dining room, kitchen, typical kind of first floor layout. We do have a bedroom and a bathroom on the first floor. And this is the second floor plan. You've got 4 bedrooms on the second floor and each with bathrooms. This is a section that was requested by Ms. Mason and possibly the planning board, showing the relationship of the building. So this is the main building. You've got your finished floor elevation at about an 18-foot elevation right here. It steps down just under a foot to the pool patio, or to the patio, excuse me. And then it steps down another couple of feet, so you're at 16 feet total elevation at the swimming pool. So on the seaward face of the swimming pool, we've got about a 4-foot elevation difference there. So there's no need to bring in fill, there's no need to bring in any kind of materials. We're not taking out a whole lot of material. It's just got a nice steady working of the existing grade that this new structure is going into. The proposed foundation is going to be 5.3 feet above groundwater, which is an elevation of about 1 in the area. And the bottom of the swimming pool is going to be just over 6 feet above groundwater. This is the existing accessory building, the 2-car garage, and on the right-hand side is where that living space is. And this is it in relationship to the house that's up the property a little bit. I wanted to show this so you could see the way that the property naturally steps down and grades down from the road down toward the area that's going closer to the bulkhead.
What's the square footage of that garage building?
I can tell you in just a second. I think it's 880. Yeah. Second.
82. 882. 882 now.
Yeah. These are a couple of applications in response to the CAC and the planning board review, where they were talking about not wanting to put the swimming pool in this area. That redesigning the building would allow us to remove the swimming pool. I put in a few of these previous approvals from the town board and from the planning board over wetlands applications, where a very, very similar situation had occurred. They're not all identical. Some of them were on parts of properties where there was no construction. Others are on property where existing construction was taken away, some within the regulated area, some not. But these are just to kind of give you an idea of the practice that the town has had in the past when looking at these applications. This was done in 2024, so just a year ago, over on Tuttle Drive. There was existing single-family dwelling and accessory garage on the property. They were removed. A new 5-bedroom residence, just under 6,000 square feet, was approved with a swimming pool and patio. The house and everything is outside of the 100-foot setback, similar to our situation, with a portion of the swimming pool and patio within the 100-foot setback. Here's another one from 2024, so last year as well. The house and deck remain, those were existing. This one got a new pool and patio. There was a pool and patio on the landward side of the house. That was taken away, and a new pool and patio was approved to be constructed on the seaward side of the house, again intruding into that 75 to 100-foot setback for the adjacent vegetative buffer. This one is out on Ram Island, a big piece of property. This one had existing construction within the regulated area. That was all removed. The house, detached accessory buildings, and patios were all planned landward of the 100-foot setback, with the swimming pool and patio between that 75 setback and 100 setback. Here's one off of Dickerson Drive. Pool, the house and everything previously existing was remaining. The new pool was designed within that 75 to 100-foot setback. rather than moving it outside of the regulated area. Oak Tree Lane, same thing, existing dwelling was taken down, existing pool and pool house was taken down. New house with accessory buildings was approved within the regulated area, that 75 to 100-foot setback, including swimming pool and patio in that area. Here's one down by South Ferry. House had been previously approved, accessory building previously approved, got an approval to put a pool and patio within that regulated area. This one's unique in that they could have moved it out, but they wanted to keep it there because of I believe, a black walnut tree that they were trying to maintain in that area. So the town came in approved this one. And then this one out by Deering Harbor. Pool was entirely within the vegetative buffer, so that first 75 feet. It replaced an older pool that was not as large, so they were allowed to replace the existing pool and increase its size. What's key on all of these is either they were on properties that were manicured lawn, going to bulkheads or going to non-turf buffers, very similar to what we've got here, or we were removing other construction that was in those areas where that construction should not have been. So that vegetative buffer, that first 75 feet. So those are the parallels here. It's a Tuttle Drive one, vacant property, and pool and patio within the first 75 to 100 feet. And that's what I've got as far as the presentation is concerned. If you've got any questions for me, I'd be more than happy to answer them. Also, as I said, the property owner, Mr. Jeffy, is here. He'd like to speak, as well as if you have any questions for Raymond Renault, the architect.
Well, thank you for your time. I mean, this is, you are all very dedicated to go listen to all of this stuff and try to make certain that our island stays as beautiful as it is. My wife first came here about 60 years ago. She was here as a summer resident. She tried for 50 years to get me to come here, and 3 years ago, she finally got me here. And we rented a place on Westmoreland and fell in love with the place. And some of your predecessors and the Rowe family were instrumental in creating an area which is, in our judgment, is wonderful. That beautiful memorial preserve, the farmland. We're trying to do the same thing. We're trying to do something that we think on balance is positive for Shelter Island and Westmoreland. We spent a lot of time when we bought the property we started the process. We bought it in March of last year from a great family that owned it for almost 70 years, the Cardillos. And we talked to them about this and we developed a plan. And the plan, we wanted to hire local people. We hired Ray Renault, who's been just wonderful, along with Matt Sherman, John Bennett, who spent 20 summers here. And we've spent a lot of time thinking about this. And this is the plan, having weighed all the pros and cons, and we know it's complicated. We wanted to, we think is something that's beneficial for the area and for ourselves. The backup plan is, okay. Yes, sir. Okay, current situation, in our view, is there's two eyesore structures. As Matt said, there's 586 feet in the wetlands. It has an ancient cesspool. It has grass landscaping, asphalt road remnants. All we're proposing to do, as Matt outlined from our perspective, is to build a compliant structure. It's well above sea level, unlike that structure in the wetlands. New septic, all natural vegetation. We spent a lot of time on this. A small corner of it is in the buffer, as Matt said, and we have 0 square feet in the wetlands. He talked about all the precedents. I don't think those are even as favorable as ours, given the fact we're giving up something that is in the wetlands that we could keep. Our neighbors adjacent are completely in favor of this plan. They wrote a letter about the project. And I don't know, I just think our option B would be to keep the structure and just build a smaller house, which I don't think is what we want to do, and I don't think would be the best for the town. So anyhow, that's all I have to say. Thank you for your time, given how late it is.
Thank you very much. The applicant, John Bennett, Reed, 212 Woodlawn Lane, Southampton, New York. I want to address myself mostly to the location of the pool and the portion of the deck and porch. As stated, the applicant wants to remove the pre-existing structure and its pre-existing wastewater system, which is entirely within the regulated area, and shift all development land or the parcel. Only the pool, a small portion of the deck, and the screen porch will be located within the adjacent regulated area. That's between 75 and 100 feet. Alternatives and realized environmental benefits should be touched on with this application. The application proposed an extensive revegetation of the property where currently there exists no buffer. This is a classic positive benefit analysis case. We're doing this for longer than I sometimes want to remember, but every time I've been before any wetlands board, be it state, federal, local, always look at the net environmental benefits. You don't analyze an already improved parcel as you would a vacant parcel. No one does that. DEC doesn't do that. You haven't done that, and demonstrated by the prior approvals. The other municipalities don't do that. So although a small portion of the development will be relocated within the adjacent area, overwhelmingly this application represents a net environmental benefit, and I respectfully submit that it'd be hard to demonstrate otherwise. The local codes out here vary. You have the East Hampton Code, the Southampton Town Code, the Southampton Town Code. They do something different than what your code does. They establish a regulated area. In both cases, it's 200 feet. And even if you meet even if, for example, in Southampton, East Hampton, even if you meet the suggested or the required setbacks for structures and septic, in this case, 150 feet, because you're within their 200-foot jurisdiction, they can still impose a buffer. Shelter Islands Code is similar to another code that I've dealt with for years. It's the Southampton Village Code. And those codes, once you're outside of the regulated area, you don't have any opportunity to impose a buffer. You just, because you're outside the regulated area. 129.9, regulated area, the area in or over a wetland within 100 feet of the landward boundary of a tidal or 100 feet landward boundary of freshwater wetland. A 75-foot vegetative buffer plus a 25-foot adjacent regulated area. Once you're out of that, the things that you sometimes see other agencies and codes impose as conditions, most commonly buffers, this code doesn't allow you the ability to do that. Why am I talking about that? Because it is a very reasonable, practical alternative. And again, this goes into how you don't and you haven't look at improved properties the same way you look at vacant properties. The practical alternative is to leave the existing, fully legal pre-existing structure there, has a very nice view of the wetlands, dress it up, doesn't have any FEMA limitations to it because we're in an X zone. It has a wastewater system which will stay, and most important, if we move all the development to the 100 feet, we don't have to give you a buffer. So I'm scratching my head wondering why, particularly when I'm going to talk to you about this board's conduct in the past, why the CAC and Ms. Mason don't understand the very typical sort of push and pull that happens when you have a already improved piece of property. Again, the alternative were to keep the pre-existing structure, which is actually a nice little jewel box, could be made into one legally, out there with a beautiful view of the wetlands and its non-conforming septic system, located 67 feet from the wetlands with the wastewater system, 88.9 feet. And then we would reduce the size of the proposed residence by the half of the square footage within the accessory structure, about 300, 400 feet, move it all back, and provide no buffer. Why would someone essentially force the applicant to do that? The property owner can keep all the lawn that's existing, not have to establish any buffer, and that is the practical alternative. May not be what the drafters thought of, but maybe because the drafters were, as code drafters usually think of, they're dealing with, tabula rasa, a vacant piece of property. It's clear by this town's, as with every other wetlands jurisdiction's activities, they engage in this sort of give and take when you have a improved property. So again, this practical alternative is something that is patently less protective of the wetlands. And let's quickly go through the code. Very quickly. 129.5, the criteria. The proposal is not going to impair the function and value of a wetland. It's not going to diminish any wetland in size, not have any negative impact on the quality of the groundwater, will not create a net increase in the risk of runoff. And then I'll ask you to look at these alternatives. Well, then the practical alternative is to leave the fully legal pre-existing structures and lawn where they are. And certainly the proposal will have less adverse environmental impact because you're going to bring in a conforming septic system and significant buffer. Everybody knows that one of the most important things in terms of providing filtration from upland sources into wetlands is the establishment of a native vegetative buffer. So, and that's part and parcel of the plan. We wouldn't come to you without providing a very significant buffer. There's a reason why Matt went through the various decisions of both the planning board and the board. Now, it's interesting. All of these decisions were granted with the exact same language of the code that you have now. There's never has been no change in the code. And the decisions allow improvements within the 75 to 150 foot setback. In certain cases, non-conforming structures were removed, sort of an exchange, transactional sort of exchange. I don't really care if people are chagrined by calling it a transactional exchange. That's exactly what happens when you're dealing with a improved property. You give up stuff in order to gain things that are not as environmentally, that are more environmentally friendly, I should say. So why did we go through these decisions? And I'm not going to go through them again, other than to say literally every one of them has new development within that 75-foot setback. Every one of them, some of them wholly within the 75-foot setback. Some of them where alternative locations could have been said that could have been a practical alternative, but the town wisely understood that what was being given net was better. Now, this creates your body of precedent. And this body of precedent does not, to be very candid, does not change with board membership. It's a body of precedent. I've been before many boards where people have said, well, this is a new board. Well, actually, it's not. You have your own body of precedent that you have created over the years. And absent any change in your law, that creates your body of precedent. Because if people, homeowners, people making an investment, cannot rely on your body of precedent, then you have chaos, then you have unfairness, then you have treating similar people in a dissimilar fashion. And you don't have to believe me. All you have to do is look at the law of the state of New York. A decision of an administrative agency which neither adheres to its own prior precedents or indicates its reasons for reaching a different result on similar facts is arbitrary and capricious and mandates reversal, even if there may otherwise be evidence in the record sufficient to support that determination. That's for Mr. Leventhal, that's Hamptons LLC versus ZBA of the Village of St. East Hampton. And it's a very famous Court of Appeals case called Knight versus Amalkin. So for better or for worse, and I think for better, this board has, over the years, constrained itself with its own body of court, we would call it case law, but its own body of approvals, whereby you have engaged in a net benefit analysis, which allows sometimes structures to be maintained within the 75-foot setback, where the net environmental benefit is seen as better, such as here, where we will provide a buffer, move structures from much closer to the wetlands and all those things that happen. So I ask you to take a look at what the authority that Mr. Sherman has very painstakingly collected. I asked him to do that because I said to him, gee, I remember being involved in some cases where the board allowed, even with brand new construction, approvals within the 75-foot buffer because other things, wastewater systems, buffers, and removal of some other offending, non-conforming, I should say, not offending, legal non-conforming structures were going to be removed. So I ask you to just act and treat my client the way this applicant's similarly situated have been treated in the past. Right? No. Jeffrey, anything else? Do we have any questions?
But not for you at the moment.
Okay.
I know I had one, I just wondered if Matt or Ray had, what are we pulling out of the wetlands or within the 100-foot?
In the regulated area? Yeah. The accessory building?
That's 882.
Yep, and it's septic system. Accessories.
So the wood deck that was attached to the garage.
There's a deck and there's a covered porch in there as well.
It's a cesspool. It's not even a septic.
Yes,
Yeah, but I was looking at structures. Okay, so that adds up to 1,140 feet then. Okay. And you're putting in the pool, 1,011 square foot.
1179.
Yes, with the 168 of the terrace, I guess.
Yes.
New screen and porch. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to confirm if I had the right numbers. Other questions? I don't have it. Anyone else at the table before I open it up?
No. Just going to be quiet.
Okay.
I think that's the best thing for it.
If the owner doesn't get this, they would entertain renovating the existing house and accessory?
Of course, it's
Okay.
a great little toolbox back there, down there, yeah.
Okay, sure.
And there has been some, I get a little chagrined when people suggest that, as one of the boards suggested, that was a threat. No, this is somebody exercising alternative.
I wasn't suggesting it
No, I
was
wasn't saying you were.
a threat. What's the question, Mr.?
No, I wasn't saying you were.
Question.
Did not say that. There was some mention of that before one of the other boards. And I wanted to tell you the way that I analyze these things. And you didn't say that, but I want to say, this is just somebody looking at their respective rights, some of them being pre-existing non-conforming, and saying, well, maybe I'll just continue to exercise those rights, because it would be a great little outpost there, a great little toolbox. And it could be easily accomplished merely by taking about 300 square feet off the existing. But no, you did not characterize it. I certainly didn't mean directed at you. I think it was at one of the other boards that suggested that. I view it as an alternative exercise of existing rights, that's all.
I didn't take it as a threat. I just take it as an unbelievable argument. But
why is it unbelievable? I really challenge you to let's talk about that. Why is it unbelievable?
because your hand has a plan for a lovely, like your strongest argument was the improvements you're making to the property, the community, the environment.
Of course.
And a multi-million-dollar house, and now you're gonna tell us you're gonna live in the old broken down cottage?
It would be an accessory, continue to be an accessory structure.
Okay. Your best argument was, how are you gonna improve the whole situation?
Well,
And that's something that we can believe in,
Yeah.
and that's something that we can sign on to. And, and I don't even wanna go into the precedent side of it, but,
Well,
it's a very beautiful plan.
thank you.
My comments would be that the CAC and the majority of the planning board asked to see alternatives, designs out of the 100-foot,
Mhm.
which we have in our code, right? As you know.
Yes, you
We can
do,
ask
but
for
You
alternative.
can't just look at your code. You have to look at the way you've interpreted that code by very real
It
concepts.
says that we can ask for alternatives to show us.
Yes, and the alternative
House.
is leave the improvements where they are, in that, within the 75-foot.
I'm asking for alternatives to show the house out of the 100-foot area.
We're not prepared to do that. We're not prepared to do that. We can take it out of the 100-foot, let's be very sure, we can take it out of the 100-foot setback, the pool and the house, and simply leave the existing accessory dwelling structure, whether or not you want to believe it or not, and not provide any buffer. And that's totally within our rights. So by merely removing 300 square feet from the existing house, we can build that house. And to me, I don't understand why this board isn't running to embrace that. Particularly with your long-established precedent for allowing, in these instances, improvements within the 75 feet. And that's something, when you say you don't want to get into it, that's what the courts do get into. And what I read you is a direct quote from a case involving the East Hampton Zoning Board of Appeals, and I can give you other cases that I myself have litigated in the town of Southampton, where people have decided on board members, we're not going to try to follow precedent, where we have juggled on improved properties. Okay, you're not going to meet this code section, but net, you're doing a much better environmental job. And when a board decided just to turn a blind eye to those long years of precedents, they've been corrected. I'm telling you what the legal framework is, and I'm not making it up. I'm giving authority, your own authority and other authority. So I think it's impossible to argue that the plan as proposed doesn't have a net environmental. I don't understand the laughter.
Mr. Bennett, you always
Your client was a better advocate for himself.
You always put up a whole book of applications that have been approved by the town board.
That's right.
You point out weaknesses on our code, that's what you do. But the one thing
Well, that's
I'm
my job.
asking for, sir, is alternative.
The practical
To take it out of
alternative.
the 100 foot, that's all.
The practical alternative.
If you have to shrink the house a
The
little bit.
practical alternative is to leave the situation the way it is and make the entire house conform to the 100 foot. And we can do, that's what we'll do.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't, yeah.
But a denial would be contrary to your own extremely well-established precedent.
Mr. Bennett has made that point over and over again, but lawyers like Mr. Bennett and like me spend their careers distinguishing prior cases from the one at bar. So calling a case a precedent doesn't necessarily make it a precedent, but we will look at those cases together and I will give you my advice.
And Mr. Leventhal, I will remind you that that is the exact same argument that your partner, Mr. Blinkoff, made in the case 1430 Meadow Lane LLC, made the same argument, and Judge Modeleski very strenuously had to redirect both Mr. Blinkoff and the chairman of the Zoning Board of Appeals, and saying that the precedent was not followed. And I'll give you another case, the Bliss case in the village of Southampton as well. I'll be more than happy to provide those for you, Mr. Leventhal. I'm quite confident that these cases are indistinguishable as that term is defined in the Hamptons LLC case and the Knight versus Elkin case.
Any other questions from the board before we move to public? Anyone in the public who wishes to speak on this application? Anyone on Zoom?
Do you have anything else to say as applicant? You were the best advocate for this case.
No, I said what I needed to say. I mean, I'm just being honest. We thought about it. We thought we came up with a plan that was a win-win for everybody. And it took us 15 months to come up with this plan.
And that's the strongest argument here, and thank you for making it.
It's
This precedent argument, yeah, not persuasive, but your argument, very persuasive.
I know you don't like legal arguments, Dan, but those are sometimes I had a law professor who used to say, technicalities, that's oftentimes your opponent's winning argument.
And sometimes it's a losing argument.
Excuse me?
I said, and sometimes it's a
If you
losing.
want to go through and take a look at every one of those prior determinations and distinguish them in a meaningful way, I invite you to do that.
We're supposed to.
Actually, it's ironic that Mr. Bennett would quote an old law professor, because I had a law professor who used to say, change the facts and you change the result.
Well, again, I would challenge Mr. Leventhal himself to look at these decisions that put pools squarely in the 75-foot setback and see if there's any.
I don't regard that as a challenge. That's my job. I will give the town board my advice.
Sure you will.
I will look at the facts, and I will look at the law, and I will give the town board my advice.
That's your job.
If there's no other public comments, do we want to close or adjourn?
Sure.
Adjourn.
Definitely not closing.
Okay. What is the additional information that we are looking for?
Well, go ahead.
What are we keeping it open for?
Practical alternative out of the 100-foot. If you have to diminish the house somewhat, then that, whatever. How do you guys feel? How do you feel, Amber?
I don't need town approval.
I'm thinking about it. There have been times where we have told people we either do a denial or we say, if you move the pool out of this area, then we will approve it. So.
And that's what we would like. I mean, obviously, we understand what's going on as far as the desire for practicable alternatives. You compare that with John's argument in my presentation on similar applications. We understand all of that. What our application is for the construction of the house as designed, the pool and patio as designed, and removing the accessory building and putting in the new vegetation. That's what our application is for. If the board feels they can't approve that with all of the benefits that come with it, because you want a practical alternative that doesn't require a wetlands permit, then there's no sense in continuing. You close the hearing, have your discussion, and if the result is something that doesn't require a wetlands permit, then you deny the application and we're right in the exact same spot. So there's really no reason to come up with a practicable alternative, because it will still either require a wetlands permit or it won't. Those are your two options.
Well, I'd rather give the owner time to decide that. Is that what he wants to do? And that's all. Maybe with time, how he feels right now might not be how he feels next week. That's all.
But you're asking for a practicable alternative that doesn't require a wetlands permit. So if that's the case, then why are we here?
Exactly. Then we don't need to be here.
That doesn't make any sense.
Okay, then why are we here?
looking for a wetlands permit to give you all the
Exactly, but I'm
benefits
saying I
associated
want to
with a
see an
wetlands permit.
alternative out of the 100 foot.
Then we don't need a wetlands
We need a
permit.
wetlands permit.
Exactly. So bring it. Or don't bring it. Go get a building permit for it.
This clearly has gotten out of control and out of bounds. I mean,
I mean,
So going back,
it's a perfect example of snatching victory from the defeat from the jaws of victory. I mean.
What is it?
Okay, so
but getting back to if we adjourn, what are we looking for? So you're saying practical alternative, so it sounds like the applicant is not going to come back with that, so what else?
I personally would like to get more advice from our council.
Well, that will happen
I'm just saying, that's where I'm coming from.
when we take this back to work session.
So we don't,
Getting
we don't
legal
have to keep
advice.
it open for that.
Right, we can
Yeah.
close this.
Mhm.
I personally would be okay closing it, but I'd like to get it
Okay.
more. I think this precedent thing has gotten me, I mean, we've been dealing, this town has been dealing with precedent for I don't know how long. How do we break this spell?
When we can get legal advice, but that doesn't require any more information from the
And
applicant.
contrary to Mr. Bennett's argument, we're not, there was, every case is different. If you focus on how to distinguish them, that's where the work lies.
There is one thing that I would like from Mr. Bennett, unless it has already been submitted by him in the materials. And that is, he mentioned a number of cases by name in his presentation to the board. And if he can either send them to me in an email message or a letter, or communicate in writing the names of those cases to me, I will take a look at them.
I've already offered to do that, Mr. Leventhal, so of course I will do that.
But we can close it, leave it open.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second. Do you want any gesture? I'm going to take one last attempt at this. Would you consider any practical alternative that puts some of the improvements in the 75 feet, but maybe a little bit less than now? If you're telling me that you want everything out of the 75 feet, then you might as well close it and make a decision.
I personally would
Well,
like to see.
don't, before you, don't.
No, please, please.
No, excuse me, Mr. Bennett.
I'd like Mr. Leventhal to respond.
Thank you. I think it might be easier for the board to make that decision if you showed them what your alternative is that would have a lesser
No,
impact
that's not
on the
my
wet.
offer.
You're
No, that's not
interrupting
my
me,
offer, Mr.
Mr. Bennett.
Leventhal.
Mr. Bennett, you're interrupting me. But I think you've got the point.
No, I don't. No, I don't think you have the point, Mr. Leventhal. I'm not going to chase my tail. What I need to know is whether or not the board would consider an alternative that has less, but not all of the structures.
I think that is so
75 feet.
hypothetical and so abstract
close
a
it.
question
Close it.
that,
Now you're
Mr. Bennett, Mr. Bennett, Mr. Bennett, you're not the only one that gets to participate here. So,
I know,
what
I've been
I'm
listening
saying,
to you participate and really forestalling potentially conversations here.
For myself,
I will address the board in a work session.
I can answer your question only for myself.
Okay.
I'm happy to look at any alternatives that would reduce the nonconformity. Of course I would.
Okay, that's helpful.
And I agree with that, because that was why I asked my initial question, is we're removing 1,140 square feet and constructing new 1,179. So that is an increase.
Yes.
So I would like to see a decrease.
Yes.
But you would be willing to consider, I'm not trying to sandbag anybody, you would be willing to consider an alternative that doesn't have all
I don't think you should answer that question in the absence of a proposal.
Okay,
Well, we have to see it. I mean, I'm just saying I would consider it, but not whether or not I'd accept it. So,
yeah, I don't understand, Mr. Leventhal, I'm not asking for an approval, I'm asking procedurally whether or not the board would consider it, that's all. And I'm trying to engage in a give and take and hopefully a creative one. Why are you forestalling that?
I will give my advice to the board.
So now we're leaving it open again.
we are back
Until
to adjourning. Mhm.
Yes.
So
Okay, let's do
We'll
that.
be back with something that's the same, or we'll see whether or not there's some way in terms of the square footage to make it less. And is that okay with you? Keep it open?
We'll think about it.
Okay, that's fine.
As I
All right,
said
keep it open. That's fine.
before, I mean, it's a trade that, I thought it was a win-win for everyone. That's what we did. I'm just sort of puzzled by all this. I just think, I don't understand all the consternation over it. All the benefits are just extraordinary, and I don't get it.
We move along.
Yes, I was gonna say,
We move along.
my only other question is there anything else, if we're adjourning this, are there any other asks? So that the applicant can come back with those questions and answers.
No, that's good.
If you could put it off that September meeting where the golf club meeting is, that's okay, because I'll be at.
September 8th?
Yeah, I believe so. Thank you, Ms. Larson.
Albert, do you have any other asks?
No, if you're gonna come back with alternatives, I'll look at it.
All I wanted to,
I might have questions then, but
Not making sure there was nothing.
all I wanted to know, thank you.
So that's adjourned to September 11th. 8th.
Thanks for,
September 8th.
thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for your actual honest presentation of this. We appreciate it.
Well, I don't know.
It's the other stuff we didn't appreciate so much.
Okay, all right, we're going to
It's like
reconvene.
11 o'clock. What do you want from me?
Going to reconvene the public hearing on the application of Chad Pike, 6 Bluff Avenue. Fresh on why we adjourned.
They adjourned with the
Oh, it was
lawyer.
per the applicant's request. Okay, just checking, making sure. So that means we probably did not read, the public notice or the the reports.
Oh, I don't know. We did, yeah. We didn't read the letters.
No, we just opened and closed. So we opened and adjourned. So we
All
have.
right, so I'm going to read one, which pretty much sums, I'll state who. This is from Lily Hoffman regarding the Pike application. I lived in Shelter Island Heights directly over the beach club for over 50 years. My children and grandchildren have learned to swim and have swum safely there. And we've participated in the family activities held during the summer season. I'm ready to strongly oppose the application for a dock by Chad Pike, 6 Bluff Avenue, for several reasons. Perhaps the most important is safety. Allowing this dock and encouraging the possibility of several more docks so close to the Heights swimming area for children and families is a recipe for disaster. This northwest corner of the island gets heavy wave and wind action as well as being a major thoroughfare for boat traffic. Navigation can be tricky, and the potential size and types of the boats anchored in using the dock over time can create additional risk for the children in this tight and rough location. In fact, 3 members of the WMAC opposed this dock application at a meeting on May 5th because of its unsuitability, and 2 of those approving the application commented negatively on its location. As this long-term resident and former member of the Comprehensive Plan Advisory Committee, I would also like to comment on the impact of what will surely become a shoreline of docks if this application is granted. On the approach to Shelter Island. In the comprehensive plan, we put a considerable emphasis on the natural beauty of our island and the extent to which it remained a naturalistic treasure compared to its neighbors. We residents all know that sigh of contentment, that deep breath we take on the ferry approaching our shore. Our scenic shoreline is also a marketing tool. Why replace it with what will surely become a marina? Although there are more objections, such as environmental and historical, I'll close by underlining the rights of neighbors such as myself to walk along the shore without scrambling up and over docks to feel safe swimming and paddling. And from Lily Hoffman. And also in letters of opposition from Martha Pitty, Cindy Mitchell, Stephen Walker, Christian Lewis, Lisa Kelland, Alyssa Bliss, Tim Patel, Catherine Harper, Jean Markey, and Lorraine Walker. In the Heights. I think you were here last time, too.
This is round.
So we'll do this from the Heights.
So they will all be part of the official
Letters.
record. All those
Yes, but I
letters.
didn't read them last time.
Need to read them all. How many are there? Not that the number matters, I'm just curious.
Let me just, let's see. Let's see. We did not read the WMAC report, and I am,
Oh, here it is.
oh, thank you.
Members have previously cited this location as an exposed area that is not suitable for a dock or maintaining a boat. However, some members of the WMAC felt the application meets the code and provides access. The WMAC had a split vote, 2 in favor with splashboards.
No
one-
splashboards.
No, 1 in favor without splashboards.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah. You were
and
opposed.
3 straight up opposed. So it was a completely split vote down the middle, which means it is not recommended for approval to the town board.
Now the applicant.
Good evening, Madam Supervisor, members of the board. My name is John Armentano. I'm an attorney with Farrell Fritz. I'm also here with Brian Moorhead, the property manager, Kelly Rosado from Land Use, and Jack Costello from the Costello Construction Group. We represent the applicant whose property is located at 6 Bluff Avenue. Again, we are seeking a 5 by 100 foot main pier from the mean high water mark, leading to a 5 by 27 foot L section with 70 feet of splashboard. The dock is located 750 feet north of the Sapin Dock and 390 feet south of the Shelter Island Yacht Club. My role tonight here is to discuss the riparian rights. Riparian rights, as this board is aware, is the precedent that sets forth the right to access water. Again, your code speaks to that. Case law also speaks to that. Again, I've handled many of these cases, both for permitting and for litigation. The issues that concern riparian rights are, again, a waterfront landowner's right to use the area of the underwater land to construct a dock to manage a reasonable expectation for access to water. There's a seminal case on this matter. There are several. Commander Oil versus Oyster Bay, for the record, speaks to the well-settled principle that riparian rights are to provide access for navigation. Pikes, like any riparian landowner on the water, has the right to access navigable water. This is typically made a practical reality by the term wharfing out. Wharfing out is an older term, but it basically means the right to construct a dock. And your code speaks to the definition of riparian rights in section 53-3. Again, this under New York law, there's case law and there are statutes. The town may not unreasonably intrude upon the riparian rights by prohibiting a dock in this location. The town is asked to strike, and we're submitting plans that you're seeing. This gives you a visual representation as to the location of a proposed dock, as well as the number of docks in the vicinity. This is not what has been characterized by some as a pristine waterfront. There have been docks in this location. The North Ferry is at the tip. The Stapleton dock is to the south, the yacht club dock is to the north. This area has docks. My client has the right to seek dock as well. Again, the town, under its code, under state law, has to strike the correct balance to have a dock. Navigation Law 46A and Town Law 130 concern themselves with the town's right to regulate docks, but very specifically, it does not provide a prohibition of docks. There's a recent case, that we'll be aware of, that this firm handled. It was Carpe North versus the Village of North Haven. And in that case, there was an issue of prohibiting docks. And again, there has to be a balance struck. There was a prohibition of a dock in that case, and that case lends itself to this situation. And we're here again because our dock that is being proposed meets the town code. It is not, we do not seek variances, and my experts will speak to those specific points. But in essence, I know you've had a moratorium for a number of years. You've drafted a code which speaks to specifics, length, width, etc. So this is somewhat akin to what would be considered almost like a special permit. I'm sure you're familiar with the special permit criteria. If you meet the criteria of the code, that is tantamount to being permitted to have that. This is what we have in this situation. You have a dock code. We meet the dock code specifically with respect to the length of the dock, as well as the setback. So we are inside the setbacks. The Pike family has also purchased the land to the immediate north. So we are well within the setbacks of what the town code requires. And that's another issue with riparian rights. Riparian rights allow you basically on shorelines like this to have a perpendicular access. So there's no convergence or somehow affecting the navigation of others, but a riparian right owner has the right to reach navigable water. That's basically the lateral boundary for the extension of the riparian rights into the outshore boundaries. And that's what the case law speaks to. That's what the surveying techniques speak to. And there's a case regarding this. It's, and I can send Mr. Leventhal these cases as well. We have a little computer issue at our firm. I can present these cases to him. But it's Maraca versus Meyerowitz in 2006. It stands for the right of the property owner to seek access perpendicular from their property. Very similar to what we have here today. Again, this speaks to direct access to reach the navigable waterway. And again, there are additional cases that speak to this point, but they all find, and there's a case from the Court of Appeals in 1990, Klotz versus Horn, and it found that the installation of a dock is the most reasonable exercise of a riparian right. And there are comments that we've read through the record, we've seen the comments, I've watched the video of the prior hearings, we have heard the concerns of the neighbors with respect to the safety of the swimmers in the vicinity, the ability for other boats to traverse the area. As you'll hear from our experts, and as I'm sure you're very well aware, the swimming area is confined to a swimming location. The dock that is proposed is in a location which is outside, well outside, more than 400 feet, as I think you can see from our aerial photographs, outside the swimming area. And again, also the location of the beginning of the dock on the shoreline does not prevent the public from traversing north and south. It's set up very similarly to the Sapin dock. Again, you've heard the precedent argument made previously. I think the precedent here is different in that you have a code which allows for this type of construction. This allows for a dock to be in this location. The code that was adopted by this board granted the Sapin dock, and we believe we fall very similarly within those parameters. There were other case law, and again, not to reiterate the point, but there was a case that was mentioned in some of the materials that were submitted. There was a discussion about an Asheroken dock case. There was a mention of that. I'm familiar with that case. That case is very different from Shelter Island. Asheroken had a very specific code that they wrote for a very specific area of Asheroken. It dealt with environmental issues. That was a preserved area, and their code spoke to those specific things. So that case does not land on all fours for this application. It's extremely different. So I'm not sure how much reliance is being placed on that case by the board, but I wanted to present to you that that case is very distinct and different from the case that we have tonight. This area, as we've said, is near multiple docks. There are docks to the north and to the south. And again, just to hear, you'll hear from Kelly Rosado, who will be discussing its compliance with the current code. And there have been other comments made about the visual impact of the dock. That doesn't fall within your code. It doesn't fall within riparian case law. The mere fact that someone can see a dock does not provide grounds to prohibit a dock. This is a maritime community. There are boats, there are docks. For someone to say, I don't want to see your dock, it's a little beyond the pale of what should be required or why this board should deny. Again, there are many docks in the vicinity. The visual impact of a dock has no bearing in case law, has no bearing in your code. And again, it's something that will be visible, as all things are. I believe this is an improvement to the property. There is a natural right to this through the riparian right case law. So I can answer any questions that you may have. I think it might be helpful. I know the hour's late and it's been a long night for all of us, so it may be helpful if Kelly takes you through some of the environmental factors. She will be speaking to the splashboard issues that were also raised. And then we can talk to Jack Costello for any technical points. I know he has quite a bit he'd like to say as well. So unless there are any questions for me, I'll turn this over to Kelly.
I just want to thank Mr. Armentano for offering to send me the cases. You don't have to send me the cases themselves. The citation, name and citation would be more than fine, but I would appreciate that.
I will. Thank you, Steve. Thanks.
Good evening, everybody. Hopefully you guys are having a lovely evening, even though it's late. I will try to go through this very quickly. So I prepared 2 exhibits.
State your name for the record.
Oh, sorry, Kelly Rosado with Land Use Ecological Services in Medford, New York, representing the applicant. So I prepared 2 exhibits for your review and consideration tonight. The exhibit that's titled DA-6B-1 shows to scale the proposed dock in the context of this existing shoreline and the development. As you can see, there are a lot of notes. There is the existing dock to the south, the Sapin dock. There is the yacht club dock to the north, the roped off swimming area. There are a couple of existing moorings. There are 3 groins, a couple of bulkheads, the 5 ferry docks. So this
Sorry, the yacht club dock is a quarter mile away.
No, she's talking about. I'm sorry, the beach club, not the yacht club. Yeah. The beach club dock. So this is a developed shoreline. This is an altered shoreline. It's not a natural shoreline along this stretch of the beach. So that's the first exhibit. And I just want to use that to talk about the town code and how the dock meets the town code. So Jack Costello had prepared the site plans that are before you for consideration. Code section 53-8 talks about the design and construction standards for private docks. First one being that it should not be designed to be an impediment to navigation. This dock is in line with or landward of the existing dock line along the shoreline, which you can see in that first exhibit. It is shorter than the Sapin dock to the south, approximately the same length as the beach club dock to the north, and shorter than the ferry docks, or at least doesn't stick out as much, that are north of that. It does provide public access along the foreshore. On the Costello plans, you can see that they're a little bit better than on this aerial. There's about a 4 to 5 foot gap between the landward end of the ramp and then the seaward extent of the beach grass that's shown on the site plan. That provides a path for people to walk around the dock as they go up and down the beach. 4 foot path is typical width, so this is right along those lines. The dock is set back from the side property lines 30 and 36 feet, so it meets the side setbacks. Moving on, length of the dock. Obviously, the stretch of Shelter Island Harbor, or sorry if I get the waterway wrong, is wide. So you're looking at a dock that does not exceed 100 feet from mean high water. This dock is proposed at 100 feet from mean high water, so it meets that criteria. It is in the seaward extent of the dock and where a boat would be tied up, meets the 2.5 foot depth requirement. That's in 53C2. Let's see. Sorry, I'm like looking at this. We've gone through the pier line, commercial docks. The width of the dock cannot be wider than 5 feet. This dock is proposed at 5 feet wide, so it meets that code criteria. Then we obviously do not have any fuel, sewage, outfall pumping stations associated with the dock. It's simply a fixed dock for the vessel. There's no boat lift proposed. There's no chalking and floats proposed. So the dock meets all of those code requirements. I did intentionally skip the splashboards because now I'll start talking about the splashboards. The second exhibit that I prepared just shows, it's a well zoomed out aerial image with measurements from the proposed dock to the southwest, the west, the northwest, and the north. Showing that the area has, give or take, about a mile fetch going in all of those directions, which are the prevailing wind directions, west, southwest, typically in your summer boating season. So there is, as people have talked about, the potential for wind-generated waves in this area that can come across a mile of the harbor. So in order to provide safe docking for the vessel that will be here, the splashboards are proposed. Now, the splashboards, as you can see in note 2 of that exhibit 2, they've been designed using best management practices developed by the Army Corps of Engineers and the Department of Environmental Conservation, specifically to minimize any potential impacts of said splashboards. So the splashboards they do not extend the full length of the dock. They go, give or take, 30 feet across the L portion, and then about 40 feet, again, give or take, down the length of the main dock. There is a gap between that length of the main dock and the beach, so water can flow freely under that portion. Even where the splashboards are, they're elevated 2 feet above the bottom of the bay, so sediments and water can move freely along those portions. The splashboards themselves have gaps in between them of 2 to 3 inches according to the plan, again, to allow water and sediment movements so that you don't impact sediment transport along the shore, you're not causing erosion, you're not impacting the shoreline. And you can see with the Sapin dock, the aerial that is beneath that first exhibit is from 2025. It's actually June 30th, 2025, which is great. You can't really compare too well with the second exhibit, but that is an older aerial, I think from sometime in early 2023. But if you do a comparison, there has not been a change in the beach width. That dock has splashboards designed similarly to what we are proposing here. There's been no noticeable change in the beach, the habitat, anything of that nature. If anything, the splashboards could actually provide a little wave break and protection to the beach on the upstream side or updrift side of where the dock is proposed. So the splashboards are necessary to provide that safe docking and have been designed with the best management practices developed to minimize any potential impacts of the splashboards. I don't want to keep you any longer than I have to, so I am going to end it here, and just, if you have any questions, I'm here. If you'd like to speak to anyone else, our team is here to answer questions that you have about the structure.
How far did you say the splashboards protrude under the water?
I'm not sure of the height, I just know that they're 2 feet above the bottom. So there's 2 feet between the bottom of the splashboard and the bay bottom for water and sediments and critters and everything else to move back and forth.
Okay.
I'll be very quick, but I'm just gonna, so there was a question of this being a pristine beach, which obviously it's not. We pointed that out. There's the ferry terminal, there's the office buildings, the parking lot, the sewage treatment plant, the beach club, 5 cabanas, 3 groins, 2 docks. We discussed the riparian rights. We meet all the code. He just rewrote the code, checked the code. We meet everything, setbacks, length, everything is by the book here. And the biggest point is the Sapien dock went in about 3 years ago. It's working out very well. I called Josh. How's everything going? Has there been damage to the boat? Has anybody been hurt on the boat? Josh is very happy with the dock. This dock is a little bit smaller because of the water depths at this location. But the proof is there are structures on this beach. Josh's dock is working out very well for him. It's a dock that gets used very often. His boat is there currently. It has not been damaged. The splashboards are a very key part of this, and splashboards are allowed within your code. Could be considered within your code. And I'm just here to answer any other questions that you do have. And is there any other information that this board wants? Or is this board prepared to approve this application tonight and close this hearing? Or does this need to be adjourned?
One point I want, the Saban dock does have splashboards.
The Saban dock does have splashboards.
Quick question, remind me, currently the Pikes have 2 moorings there? Go to riparian rights. Another way to achieve riparian rights is moorings.
Yeah, speak to that, sure. That's a very good question. Of course, there is a riparian right is a reasonable access to waterway. I understand your point being that if you have a mooring, then you have been provided reasonable access. But the case law is a little different because it does not mean if you have a mooring, you cannot seek a dock, right? There's significant case law on that point. So I just want to be clear to the point that I believe you're alluding to. The fact that you have a mooring is a form of a riparian exercise of a right. The more typical is the right of access through a dock. For a variety of reasons that maybe Jack can speak to, it is a safer mode of access. A mooring ball is a different type of access point. If you're saying the boats are already moored, and again, and Jack can speak to this point, there is a larger boat that the Pikes own that requires this type of dock. It's not designed, and Jack can speak to this point, to be on a mooring ball. I have a right to a dock in 90% of these cases. There's very limited issues when you have a right of access. The right entitles you to the dock. I can definitely speak to Steve in our legal memo, but to your point, the true exercise of a riparian right is the right to wharf out, and that's significant. The right of wharfage, as this island is well aware, is the right to a dock. This is not the only dock being proposed. It is in a location that has docks. There is precedent for docks in the location, but be that as it may, regardless of the precedent, case law definitely speaks to the issue of wharfage. Wharfage is not moorings. Wharfage is docks, that they're equivalent. I guess, again, to your point, you have a code which speaks to docks. You do not have a prohibition of docks. You do not have a prohibition of docks in this location. And I just want to be clear on the point. Your code acts as a special permit. And I've said that before. If you meet the criteria, which we do, it's very difficult to deny that dock. And we're here again to work with the board. If there is something, again, if the board would like a change, I mean, I think a certain length of dock is necessary. Again, we received Army Corps, we received DEC. This section of the harbor is technically state waters as well. So we've received a variety of the required permits. But if the board is inclined to grant the application, if there's something else we can do within reason, we're willing to do that. I think, again, we need the length. The location is correct. If the splash boards, I think you've heard, are necessary and have been approved, I just want to make sure that the board knows that we're willing to entertain concepts, but I think there's an entitlement, I hate to say it like that, to the dock based on your code, which was studied and adopted after a moratorium. So we are following what your code has said. So that kind of leaves us hopefully in a good position for the board to consider our application.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'd love to see those wharfish cases you mentioned. When you send them to Steve, just make sure those are included.
Of course.
Yeah, hi. I'm Austin Lowry, and my sister owns this property. And we've been coming out to Shelter Island since I was in high school. I've got 4 kids and she has 4 kids, and so it's a very special place for us. We get the cousins all back together each summer, and it's become a very special place for them too. The reason I'm getting up here to speak is that, and you may not know this, but it actually goes even beyond just needing a place to park a boat or anything else. I mean, Chad's had this place for, how long has it been, 20 years? And we've been rowing out to the boat, and that has never been a problem. I'm here with my mom. She's here, she's had 2 knee replacements, she's handicapped. And just recently, we couldn't take her out on a boat cruise with all the kids and family. So I discussed this with my sister, and this was a big part of the decision in wanting to put in a dock. Actually, she'd prefer not to have a dock, a structure out there. She loves the beauty of it, but it's more about having access and being able to take the kids out. I'd hope you consider that as well. We grew up taking the kids to the beach club. They were also a member of the beach club, and we do barbecues, and there's a nice swim rope where the kids can all swim. No one ever really ventured outside of the rope. So I don't see there being any safety hazard, and it's actually quite a distance from the beach club to where we're talking about in the position of the dock would be. I don't see there being a real safety concern. I think if anything, it's more of a safety concern for my mom and my dad to be able to join us and for family to be able to easily board a boat. So that's all. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Brian Moorhead, and I've been maintaining this beach and these boats for the last 15 years for Mr. Pike and his family. And not only is Austin correct on the access to the boats, I mean, I'm getting older myself, but it is actually very, very tricky and can be dangerous when you're actually bringing a boat into a mooring and then trying to clip that mooring, the boat to the actual mooring. You're acquiring a dinghy so you can get back into shore. There's wave action, there's wind, there's tides, and it is extremely difficult from time to time. So the dock, and the reason for the actual splash boards, is to give you calm water on one side of the dock, and that is actually extremely important on creating a safe dock. But the other point that hasn't been brought up is that the access to moorings requires a circumference of boat traffic that you do not have with the dock, because you have a specific point that you're actually going to. This is gonna be a constant routine of how you're gonna approach and tie up to that dock. Whereas with the moorings, your approach is never, ever the same. Depends upon the wind, it depends upon the tide, it depends upon, just the wave action. You know, you are gonna try and come around and look at your veining, dinghy, and then pick up your tall boy, and if everything goes well, it's all just, step by step, and everything works out well. The difficult part is that at the change of tides, trying to get the clip to the eye on the boat is always very interesting. It's just muffling it, and I have actually set up a pulley system, a line system, that I will put on the clip, run it through the eye on the boat, and actually have to sit there in the dinghy and bring the clip to the boat. And it is difficult when the winds and tides are like that. But again, the dock makes my life easier. I hope. You have any questions on that? I mean, I've been maintaining the boats on the actual moorings, and then of course, when I have had to clean them, I would take them to another dock where I do have water access, and then bring them back to the mooring.
Just out of curiosity, how big a boat do you intend to bring to the dock?
A 37-foot Scorpion. It's an inflatable, a rib. That will be the primary boat on the dock, but we also have what we call our water taxi, which is a 20-foot Zodiac. And those two boats will be using that dock on a regular basis. And the Chad's children are no longer children, they are actually young adults. And they've also, a couple of them have acquired their certificates, and they've gone through the safe boating courses and use the Zodiac as well as one other boat that we have. But not the.
So you'll have multiple boats there, it sounds like.
Well, those two boats.
And the moorings have boats on them as well, is that correct?
No, the moorings will not have boats. We would like to keep the moorings as for storm purposes, because a boat can be safer when it's actually riding out a storm on a mooring. But if that's a question and an option of something that we do have to give up, that we would give up.
So obviously you realize the conditions of what you're faced with having a dock in that kind of a location. That is, you're taking into account that you need moorings, because if it gets rough, the dock serves no purpose to you.
It's a backup option.
Yeah, I got it.
And Josh Sapin is also a very good friend of mine. And thank you, by the way, for allowing Josh to have a dock. I've gone over with him several times before he even had proposed it or having it put in, how he would work and how a mooring works. And unfortunately, it would have been dangerous and too difficult for Josh to actually deal with his boat, his 25-year-old Grady White, on a mooring. So his option of continuing his enjoyment of boating was actually the dock. And he does enjoy it. And this cross tide and pulleys, and the boat is very happy and very safe. Anything?
Any more questions from the board? Do we have any questions from the public?
My name is Tim Pertel. I live at 5 Bluff Avenue. My niece and I are co-owners of the waterfront property at 8 Bluff Avenue, which is adjacent to 6 Bluff Avenue. Actually, I want to ask a question from Jack before. So, where's the high tide mark on this?
Sorry. This is the low tide, that's the high tide.
So So I think it's here.
Yep.
Now we'd like to talk at this one.
On my time, well, out here, at the, see where it's between 2.5 and 3 feet, and then it'll there's some areas that's a ramp down to get to the beach.
I've written 2 letters to the supervisor and town board. I read the first one at the June 9th meeting, the other letter which on the native coastal vegetation of the shoreline between the fence at the western side of the beach club and the point at the end, Great Hill, was sent on June 30th. I'm not going to reread the entirety of my June 9th letter, but I would like to touch upon some points in that letter. As the letter states, my niece and I do not support this application for a dock at 6 Bluff Avenue. I might add that we also don't support Robert Malin's application for a dock at 10 Bluff Avenue for the same reasons. One of them is too many docks are going to be in this area at some point. The proposed dock at 6 Bluff will be in addition to a dock that was constructed two years ago by Josh Sapin. Aside from the proposed dock at 6 Bluff, the owner of the property at 10 Bluff has also applied for a dock. In addition to these 2 proposed docks, the property located at 20 Prospect Avenue, which is currently for sale, could conceivably also have a dock. That would make potentially 4 docks. Aside from the loss of a beautiful natural stretch of beach, which I would argue is not developed, a cluster of docks could create a potential safety issues. Currently, our family members use our beach for swimming, sailing, kayaking, and paddleboarding. We're concerned about safety in a limited area with the potential for increased boat traffic. And with a potential change of ownership, there could be a change in the type and size of motorized vessels. In addition, this evening we've heard about riparian rights. There's been a lot of talk about riparian rights when the WMAC was trying to update their code. Many people came to the public meetings and talked about riparian rights. And I understand riparian rights. And at the June 30th meeting, which I could not attend, but I watched the video, a member of the audience spoke about the rights of those who own waterfront property, in essence saying that since waterfront property owners pay waterfront taxes, they should have a right to enjoy their waterfront with a dock and a boat on it. So the question I have for me, my niece, and my family members is, what about our rights to enjoy our waterfront property, which would be greatly impacted by docks potentially on each side of us? We'll essentially be fenced in by docks. We also pay so-called waterfront taxes. This has been mentioned many, many times that this is not a great location for a dock. When the WMAC approved the Sapin dock, the unsuitability of the location was stressed not only by the 2 members who voted against the application, but also by the 4 members who voted in favor. The Costello Marine application for the Sapin dock also noted, quote, "The project site is in an unprotected location that endures considerable wave energy during the summer months from the prevailing southwest winds and considerable boat traffic, which is why in the end, splashboards were installed with the Sapin dock." Pipe application was approved by 3 members of the WMAC and opposed by 3 others at the May 5th meeting. Of the 3 members who were opposed, 1 commented it's a bad location for a dock, another commented I think it's a bad location, and the 3rd commented it's a bad location and I don't think it's in the interest of the town to continue to build docks along an inappropriate coast. One of the supporters of the application said twice, it's a bad place to have a dock. Another supporter said, I don't think it's a good place for a boat. As for the comment we heard tonight, that Josh Sapin is very happy with his dock, it's only been 2 years. We have not had a major hurricane since that dock was put in. So I'm not sure that a dock in that area has really been tested. It's a delicate shoreline that will be impacted, I think. The potential row of docks will have a negative impact on a natural stretch of beach, again, not developed, that has existed in a wild state for decades, if not centuries. A row of docks would also have an impact on the native vegetation of wildlife and potentially the delicate sand bluffs. And I know you represent an ecological company, so is it a company?
And you have to, Tim,
Talk to the board, please.
Tim, you have to
Oh,
talk
sorry.
to the board.
I don't know how it- yeah. Your company is an ecological company. My question is, have you ever walked the beach along that shoreline? And if you had, you would actually discover that it's one of the more pristine beaches in the north side of the island, vegetatively speaking. I volunteer not only for the Green Committee, but I'm also a volunteer for our Town Community Preservation Fund Committee. And the reason why I joined that committee, I was asked to join that committee, was because of my knowledge of native plants on the island. So I would argue that, in fact, people have called it pristine beach, and I would argue that it is fairly pristine. For the simple fact that the vegetation that is there is surviving, it's native, predominantly native, and it's surviving in a very difficult coastal area. I worry that as we do more construction in that area, we're going to be damaging the delicate ecosystem. And that also goes for the bluffs, which I know will not be directly impacted, but they are part of this story. Alternatives to docks. As we discussed, and Brian already said, the complication of having the moorings, but they have had moorings there for many, many years at the beach property, and moorings are considerably less disruptive than docks. And we have no objection, my niece and I and family, to others elsewhere on the waters along the beach. And again, Brian, I think it was, or rather, I'm sorry, you talked about Vermont and the safety concerns. Oh, sorry. You talked about your mom and the safety concerns, but again, I just want to talk about my family and our safety concerns. If more docks, if Chad Pike's dock is approved, and then the dock on the other side of us is approved, and we potentially get a fourth dock, it really makes, it's a bad mix of activities in one limited area. You've got people with boats, and then you've got people who use the water completely differently. And I have no more to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
This is Kirsten Lewis. I live in the Heights, been there since 1977. My children have grown up on that beach, and I wonder how many people in this room tonight, apart from Tim, has actually walked along that beach and gone as far out as the St. Andrew pier. There's a, what do you call those things where it's all shored up?
Bulkhead?
Bulkhead, thank you. There's a bulkhead immediately there by his bridge. There is no access on the beach around his bridge. It's a very, very beautiful, strong bridge. But I don't see, because our beach is quite narrow, and with 3 or 4 extra docks, there is no way that people like me are going to be able to walk along the beach. And everybody in the Heights walks along that beach. And having docks all over the place, that road by the beach club is for the kids. What about the grown-ups? Don't we have any rights to swim? There are a lot of people who swim quite far out in that water. And with huge boats going around with piers and things, I mean, it is a recipe for disaster. That's all I'm going to say. Have anybody here on board actually walked down that beach? Yep. Right to the end?
I grew up playing on that beach too.
Okay.
I know it very well.
Okay, well, so there's been a huge amount of erosion on the cliff.
Yes, there
in the
is.
past years. So the beach is getting narrower and narrower. And I don't know whether you actually swum there, but the big boats going by make huge waves. And the current, for some reason or other, maybe Tim knows why, the current is much stronger than it ever has been.
It's a very strong current.
And all that is just makes it even more dangerous having docks around, so I don't want any docks. Thank you.
Before I have you come back up, I just want to see if there's anyone on Zoom who would like to weigh in. Andrew? You're muted. There you are.
Okay.
You hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. I'd like to echo Tim Purtell's comments. I believe this dock is unsafe. And the reason that it will be unsafe is that it is located close to a channel, and that channel has fast-moving boats which throw large and unpredictable wakes. And by unpredictable, I mean unpredictable in size, and unpredictable in direction, and unpredictable in frequency. And so maneuvering a boat in a situation like that is risky, and getting in and out of a boat in a situation like that is risky. So we've heard a lot tonight, particularly from Tim, about people making comments about this being an unsafe location and a lousy place for a dock. The reason is the boat traffic and the wakes and the unpredictable nature of those wakes. If that channel were a no-wake zone, I would feel very differently about this. But it's not a no-wake zone. And the presence of the ferry docks at one end right on that channel basically is irrelevant to this discussion because those vessels are huge. But the kind of vessels we're talking about here are small and smaller, and they're very definitely affected by those wakes. So to me, it's all about the wakes and the surge, making this an unsafe location. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. John Featherman?
Hi, I represent the Pikes, and there's been a lot of concern about the boat traffic. The boat traffic would stay the same because there are 2 mooring balls out front, as everyone has noted. But to Brian Moorhead's point, the fixed nature of a dock will create a safer docking experience for the Pikes, the owners. Brian spoke of the complications of dealing with the mooring ball, which I imagine many of you are aware. But that fixed location of the dock and the last gentleman's comments gives you the opportunity to arrive at the same point, safely grab onto the dock, and safely offboard the boat. And that's the point of this dock, basically to provide greater access for the family that's in the room there. Of all ages, and then also for just a safer use for this family who uses this boat twice a day, 3 times a day on the island as a means of recreation, as many others do, and a pure means of transportation. That's the reason he moved to Shelter Island. He loves the water. That's the reason he bought waterfront property. That's his mode of access to Greenport and elsewhere. And yes, that's all I have to say. It's been a long night for all of you, and thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone new who wants to speak before I call back up? Stella?
Hi, it's Stella Lagutis, and I'm representing the Shelter Island Heights Property Owners Corp. I'm not going to repeat what was in our letter, but my understanding is that you as a board are here to protect the residents and guests of Shelter Island. And unless you've taken the wrong people onto the WMAC. Whether they voted for or against, they all said the same thing. Bad spot. Very bad spot. And for you to not take their comments to heart when making your decision, it would be a very, very big mistake. And you've got to look at the beach club, not from the swim area. You've got to look at the entirety of the width of the property and the dock and our swim area. There's quite a distance to go before you get to the end of our property. And the other thing that I think I have all the sympathy in the world for access, better access to a boat. You also have to access the beach to get to the dock, to get onto the boat. And in this particular case, there's a really steep stair that you have to get down to. So we've got to kind of look at ease of access from the top of the property down and then to the boat. So what I'm saying is I'm not so sure that the only impediment to someone getting onto a boat is because there's a mooring as opposed to a dock. It's a very steep property with a very steep set of stairs. So thanks for letting me chime in.
Anyone new before I have Austin? Just want to give everybody a first time chance. Okay, you had your hand up first, but you, John, I'm sorry, I can't remember.
Armentano? I was gonna speak at the end, I'll speak at the end.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Then Austin, go.
Yeah, just something real quick. To address the apparent controversy between the steep stairs and the safety of getting on the boat, we've been driving my mom down. There's a road access to get down to the beach and walking her along the beach so that she can join us. We have dinners down there. We'll have cookouts and it's lovely getting everyone in the family together. And so to then be able to walk onto the boat would be a luxury for us. The other thing is about, safety and the current and all sorts of stuff. I mean, I do a stand-up paddle across that sound to the other side and then over to Sunset Beach and then back. So I'm pretty aware of the current. It's there. I mean, it's like anything. But having the dock would make it much safer. And these boats are Zodiacs, so they're inflatable. And I think Chad got these boats for that purpose. They're nothing like elegant or fancy or huge. They're easy to dock because they've got big inflatables on them. So it'll make it for that express purpose easy to get people on and off. So I don't see it a safety concern at all. I hear what people are saying, but certainly, in my opinion, that this dock will provide more safety, and that's actually the whole purpose for us. Thanks.
Do you want to wrap it up with Chanel first? Just a couple quick comments about the vegetation. Dock starts seaward of the vegetation, and this area is not a designated SAV area, so there's no submerged aquatic vegetation. The DEC lays out those areas, so the vegetation is really not an issue in this area. So we're starting to seaward of vegetation, and there's no SAV in this area. And then this dock is also shy of the pier line by 34 feet. And there was a question of whether this is a suitable area for a dock, considering the Sapien dock hasn't been there very long, whatever, 2 or 3 years. The beach club dock has been there for as long as I can remember.
But it's not used for boats.
But the dock has been there and it hasn't been damaged and it's been maintained over the years. So I'm saying the feasibility of a dock safely being at this location, the beach club dock has been there for years and years.
It's been damaged at times over the years, trust me, I've been there so many years.
Jack has a podium, so.
So the dock has been able to be maintained like any other structure on the property. So there is a precedent set that a dock can withstand that area, even though the Safeco dock's only been there for 2 or 3 years. Do you know what I'm saying?
The question is whether the dock can survive, it's a boat attached to the dock, and how will that fare in the currents and the weight and I think that is what people, I mean, all the letters I read, that's what people.
I mean, we have these docks all over outside the waters, all the way, I mean, if you start at the ferry terminal, keep going all the way around the island, you know, especially by the green ones. And those docks, you know, you go to, like Seth Harris's dock or, you know, John Somi's dock, you know, all those docks are maintained, they experience a lot of wave action too. And like I said, the proof of the pudding is the Safe Town dock. And his boat is, they only been this is maybe his 3rd season. Still, it's been no damage there, and it's a safer way to access the beach. And I'm gonna let John finish up with whatever comments he has. I just want to talk about the vegetation, and the Beach Club dock has been there for quite some time.
Where's the nearest SAV? Is it down by Sunset?
No, it starts, there's an SAV area down by like Hay Beach Point. And then when you come around towards like Ram Island, there's a big blob of SAV out there. But in that area, there's not.
I just want to make one very quick point, and that is, with regards to like the safety issue, the dock is farther away from the beach club and the swim areas and everything than the moorings are. Just wanted to note that. So, and again, has one entry and exit as opposed to the 360-degree entry and exit that the moorings would have. And thank you for addressing the vegetation, that's on my list.
So just to reiterate, respond to a few comments that were made. One question, I'm not sure where this is in the review process, but there should be a secret determination made with respect to the dock. I'm not sure where that is in the board's procedure. I'm not sure if that's been done, but that's something I think more likely than not, you know, DEC issues a type 2. So under the secret type 2 actions for these types of docks, that means there is no environmental impact that is created. I'm not sure what the town does with respect to SECR on these applications, but I know that a long form was submitted. And again, for the DEC, who regulates this area as well, and is as concerned as anyone for wetlands. I've done plenty of work with wetlands. The DEC takes these environmental conditions very seriously. So the fact that they issued type 2 indicates that the environmental conditions here have been met. There was another statement about the proclivity of docks that may occur in the area. The riparian zones of one person are never to impinge on the others, but that does not give them a superior right to say, and the case law speaks to this very clearly, that the rights of the public for access are not superior to that of the dock build, the riparian rights ability to board foul. So there's a dynamic there. And again, considering that you must stay within your property lines, the setbacks are met. If a property owner chooses not to exercise their riparian rights, that should not be held against an application or a property owner who wants to exercise their riparian rights. I just want to kind of circle that point because that was a statement that was being made. Again, and the hour is very late, and I appreciate your time on this. I think when you consider the stock application, you have to consider the framework of your code and how we are situated. The fact that your waterfront community had a split vote is advisory. As you know, you're the board that makes the determination here. Your code speaks very clearly to if the requirements are met, the access and the dock should be provided. So I just want to put a fine point on that. Again, we appreciate your indulgence for this application. That's literally an hour. And again, we're available to respond to anything.
So maybe just based on the old code, that's in, this room, based on the old code, not the adopted.
I think the ferry will wait for Stella.
Okay, Jim.
I want to reiterate safety. Stella's talked about the beach club, others have talked about the beach club. My family is concerned about our safety. We have one dock to the east of us and a dock to the west of us. We are fenced in by docks. That's going to make a huge impact on our lives and our ability to enjoy our rights to use our property. Second of all, if the location is so safe relatively, then why do we need splashboards? Thank you.
Anyone else on this? Pam?
So I'm just curious, has the town board seen a copy of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers letter of permission on this? That apparently there are some special conditions for that, and I don't know, I mean, it seems like if that's been submitted and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers has made a ruling on this location, perhaps you'd like to look at that before you close this hearing, or at least make a request for it from the applicant.
Thank you. Anyone else? What would the town board like to do? Close, adjourn?
I mean, I'd like to, I would vote to keep it open.
Is there more information that you want, or?
Yeah, that kind of intrigued me to the U.S. Army Corps.
We also are waiting for, riparian case law that was mentioned,
Yes.
Again, that's going to come.
especially the wharf stuff. 'cause
Yeah, we need,
You should have received a copy of the Department of the Army.
It's on your package.
Well, we should have that in the packet. And I have one copy of it right here, so we do have the Army permits.
I'll take it and scan it just in case.
Yeah, DHCPOS. Yeah, that should have been in there.
And,
do we want to keep this open so that we can have a public comment, or be able to go back to the applicant, or just keep it open for written correspondence, such as the case law?
well, maybe we don't want to be in a position where we're gonna have to reopen the hearing. And so, we may want to go back to the applicant.
Okay.
I don't think it's gonna hurt to leave it open just for one more round. Big
Okay.
decision.
All right. Then we will adjourn until the August 8th. Say, August 8th? No, the other one's September 8th.
September 8th, it's August 11th.
August 11th. That's why I had that this before. Okay. All right, so
We have
we're,
another meeting, can't,
oh,
August 11th, I have another.
September 8th? September 8th. Okay,
Very.
September 8th. All right, last but not least.
More?
Yes, yes, there's.
Thank you, have a good night.
Thank you.
Is mailing. Let me just ask one question. Who has to make the last ferry? I presume it's 11:45.
We do.
Yes. Okay, yes.
This is gonna take a while. I'd like to adjourn it.
Okay, that's what I was going, I mean, I know people. I've been waiting for, to get to this one to ask that question, but I didn't want to.
We're still waiting on the access.
Okay.
I'm working with Matt, and kind of Matt's taking it over, but we're trying to get the plan done. I'm trying to help him. Throw the stair plan. The only thing was all about the access.
Right.
We have to adjourn it till we rectify the access.
Okay, all right. August 11th, September 8th.
Come to both, I'll see you in August.
Okay, August 11th. Good. At least we'll get something. I mean, otherwise we'll have another marathon on September 8th. Okay.
Have a good night, guys.
Okay, great, thank you. Thank you. So we'll adjourn that public hearing for mail-in, and then I'll go back into the regular meeting. We have one resolution. I will read it. Whereas Edward Claris, 60 Ram Island Road, has petitioned the town of Shelter Island for permission to install mooring at location designated as latitude 41.08527 degrees north and longitude -72.32304 degrees west. And whereas the public hearing was held on the 21st day of July 2025 for all interested persons to be heard in favor of or in opposition, now therefore be it resolved that the town clerk is hereby authorized to issue a permit for the aforementioned installation. So moved. All in favor? Aye. Motion carried. Is there any general public comment? Please say no, please say no.
Nobody left.
Oh, no, there's Zoom people.
There's
left.
Zoom, if they haven't fallen asleep.
Okay.
May
Pam,
I just suggest that you don't have such a jam-packed agenda for the next town board meeting session? I mean, this is overwhelming to prepare
That's what we
for
can
it,
do
to
when we
listen
read
to it, and I know you're all exhausted, but it seems like now that you've put some things off and adjourned them, you already have some on your schedule for August and September. So anything new that comes up, perhaps you could put off until, October or something. I mean,
Yeah.
this is a lot, I'll just
We
be
do try-
reasonable.
we do try and do that. Amber and I and Christina, when we're going through, I do sit there and look at it's just when things get reconvened and you just don't know. Yeah.
Just kidding.
No. We're doing reconvened and, things.
Well, I applaud you all for making it through the evening with such grace and stature. Have a good night's sleep.
Well, I almost
Thank you,
did. I had one
Right.
cell.
Okay. All right. Motion to close the
Second.
meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, everyone.